Good day, everybody. How we doing? Welcome back to Giddy Fox Gaming. My name's Tails. It's great to have you here. Happy Monday. You made it to the week. Hope you're ready for your big week. Oh my gosh, Young Chip kicking off stream. Shadria too. Holy cats. Young Chip, thanks for subscribing to the Twitch channel. Appreciate it a lot. It's already been 2 months, huh? Crazy, isn't it? Thank you so much. Time to chat for Young Chip, everybody. And Shadria back as a better hunter here on the YouTube channel for 9 months. Thank you very much. That was Jeff for Shadria too. You guys are fantastic. Yeah, you came to terms, Shadria. The Monster Hunter baby's here. Thanks, Shadria. Thanks, Young Chip. Appreciate it a lot. You guys are fantastic. Howdy, howdy, everybody. Howdy, Alex. How we doing? Good to see you. Noah, Justin, hello there. Shadria, Adnan, welcome. Chaotix here as well. Hey, Clemens. What's up, Depressed Blobfish? Owen, good to see you. Hey, Heathen. Welcome. Proceed as well. Good to see you. Young Chip, howdy, howdy. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to a new type of stream. And I'm not saying this is not the regular. This is just a special kind of stream. An interesting one. We had an interesting thing happen here on the channel like over 9 months ago. Kind of funny that Shadria became a member for 9 months because right around the same time. It was middle of summer last summer. I was going through my email and I saw that I got an email from a company called Steamforge Games. And they sent me an email because I had kickstarted their project for the Monster Hunter Iceborne board game a year prior. They had done a Kickstarter. It was a board game and tons of models of monsters and all the hunters, like all the weapons with hunters in one big box. Or it's a couple boxes ultimately, but it's one game. And I was like, this is sick. I paint minis already, and I love Monster Hunter. I would love, even if the bare minimum, if I never play the game, I would love to paint all the models and have them up on a display, you know, on the wall. That was 2 summers ago. Hey, Rexy, good to see you. That was 2 summers ago. I kickstarted it. I got an email from Steamforge a year later just confirming details about the Kickstarter that I kickstarted for them, with them. And I had started YouTube at that time. And so I was like, hey, I have a YouTube channel now. I've got people watching the channel. Would you be interested in doing a deal where I paint models and do a review of the game if you sent me some models? I said, sure. Here's 2 boxes. And they sent me the first 2 boxes of the Monster Hunter World board game. In each box, there are 4 monsters. So there's 8 monsters total that I have, as well as 4 hunters in each box. So 8 hunters total. There's 2 more boxes as well. Hey, Drake of God. Hey, Omnivore. Good to see you. There's 2 more boxes I don't own yet that I'm going to go out and buy eventually, which are the Rotten Vale and the, what's the last region? The Coral Highlands box, which have 4 monsters each and the rest of the hunters and all that stuff. And all the boxes are expansions for each other. So you can play them, you can play one box all by itself, or you can put them all together in any order and do like campaigns. And there's actually like rules for, you start your hunter with nothing except your basic gear. You go out and fight a great Jagras. You carve parts from it, and then you upgrade your gear. There's arena quests and all that stuff. But the campaign, in the board game, the way you have tension with the game is that there's a time limit. As in, you have X number of quests to get through all of the missions in the game. You can play that way or not if you want to, but that's the way to have like a lose condition with Monster Hunter World board game. So, board game's sick. The models are even sicker, in my opinion. They're awesome. And that was 9 months ago. And at the time, in the summer as well, right when I got the email back, I had left for Michigan for 3 weeks. So I was gone. And when I came back, we got the release date for Wilds. And so I had to change all of my plans to do the 100-hour weapon challenges between summer and when Wilds came out a month and a half ago. That's all I've done. So I've had no time to paint. No time to paint. Well, Wilds is here. It's been 9 months. I have time to paint now. Azure, good to see you. Can of Cheese, howdy. Welcome. Hey, Velocity. I now have time to paint. And I thought, what better time to paint this and to do Steamforge Games a bigger service than what I agreed to from the beginning, because I told them I'd do them a review, and I never got to do a review right away because I was gone and then Wilds went crazy. I'm still going to do a review. I haven't even played the game yet. I've had no time. I'm going to do a review of the game after I play it, but I'm going to do some videos with them for the models and do some painting. Here's Barroth, just to give you a picture. And it came gray. It came this color on the bottom. I have put primer on the model. That's it. So I've got a brown primer, and then there's a white here. That's what I use to prime underneath the brown to give it a color. Yeah, we're gonna tidy this up, and like this is not done. This is just a base coat. I've got everything that I own, painting supplies right over here, and we're gonna paint them up and get them looking pretty sick. We won't have the base fully done today, more than likely, but 5 hours is a long time. We'll see what we could do. So if we get around to the base, then we'll do it. But I want to finish the model first to get some color fully finished on Barroth. This is one model, by the way. The box came with 4. The Diablos model is literally as big as my head. It's huge. It comes in 3 pieces that are bigger than this. Each piece is insane. So that's one of the monsters in the box. Here is one of the models. Yeah, we're gonna add mud too. Can of Cheese sent me a diorama mud kit. I've got that. I have to put that on last, but I'm gonna put mud on him for sure. I've got that. It's in my house. I just gotta go find it, but that's the last step. We won't be able to do that till the very, very end. They also have hunter models. This one's one I finished. The only thing I need to do is add a mushroom to the base. That's another Can of Cheese edition. Can of Cheese sent me some plastic mushrooms. I'll give you a better close-up of this guy, but this is the Switch Axe model in Barroth armor. Got it all finished up. I like it a lot. Like I said, I'll give you a better zoom in. But just to put to scale what we're painting today. Hunter model, Barath model. Let's turn them around so you can see them. And right, that's how big they are in comparison. These models, the Hunter models, are like standard Warhammer 40K size models, right? If you've painted Warhammer before, your infantry units are these size models. These are huge. These are tank size, and I've got 8 of them currently, and there's going to be another like 25 coming in the mail in the next year because of that Kickstarter I did, and it's all Monster Hunter Wild and Iceborne stuff. Pretty fun. So anyways, that's a long story as to what we're doing on stream today. I want to get this Barath looking sick. That would be really awesome. Now I got to be a little bit vulnerable with you guys, okay? A little bit vulnerable. And we're not going to talk the whole time. Don't worry, we'll get in the stream here. But I am I have painted since I was in high school, so 15 years, something like that, but not consistently, on and off, here and there. Pick it up, drop it, pick it up, drop it. It's just kind of how painting's been for me. I'm really nervous to do this on camera. I don't mind playing video games on camera. Failing on camera on video games doesn't matter because you just pick up and try again. Failing on minis makes me really, really nervous. And especially for a big model like this Barath, it's huge. Like redoing things on this makes me nervous. On smaller models, it doesn't take as much time, but on bigger models, it does. I've not really done models this big before. I've done things a little bit bigger than infantry, but not this big. So this will be a fun little experiment to see how I do, but it should be fine. We'll have a good time. I think we'll enjoy what we're doing on stream anyways, but I'm nervous to paint. It's been a long time since I've painted consistently. So just so you guys know ahead of time. Okay. Let me turn this fan on quick. I live in Minnesota here, chat. Hey, Fido. I live in Minnesota. Yesterday, it was 70 degrees outside. Beautiful. 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Today, the high is 40 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's windy as all get out. So it went from really nice outside to really cold. And our house doesn't know whether we should have the heater on or the AC on. So the heater's on today, and I'm burning alive. It's crazy. Are we slowly transitioning to Warhammer painting? We're going to paint Monster Hunter minis here, but I've got a Warhammer army that I would love to paint eventually. And if this is, I don't know what this is going to do long term for the channel. It's Monster Hunter. I like to paint. I would love to do painting down the road, but I don't know if I want to do a painting channel. But I would love for this to be like a community channel, right? Where we do stuff together. And so, I don't know. Maybe we'll do painting nights sporadically throughout the year. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. It depends how the stream goes today, too, honestly. But chilly for you, too? Yeah, I'm hoping that it'll change in the next week here, that we actually get some spring weather, because we're now in April 14th. It's too late to be this cold. What's up, Obe? How we doing? Good to see you. Welcome. Maybe you have a second channel called Punchy. I have a second channel. That's my replays channel, though. How many channels do I need? Yeah, you can send me Warhammer stuff. I've got a Tyranids army that is not painted, but I need to do that. But I want to paint these Monster Hunter minis more. Yeah, chill occasional art streams. I would love that, but it depends what the channel wants, you know? So, okay, let me get into my special sweet stream scene. There's a better word for it. Giddy Fox Painting, yeah. I've got a Instagram handle called Tails Paints Miniatures. That's been around for maybe a decade now. So that's got all my old painted stuff on it, but it's there. Yeah. Are you going to be painting all stream? We're going to paint for a while until I get to the point where it's like, maybe we need a break, and then I'll play some Monster Hunter. But I don't have a time period set for that. I'm going to paint first until either stream goes until it ends, or until I'm like, I'm done painting for today, and then we'll switch it up. So, okay, let me switch over to this. We'll keep chatting, but let me show you my sweet new painting scene I set up, y'all. Check this out. Ooh, look at this. Look at this. That's awesome, huh? The mug cam is back, chat. The mug cam is here. Remember mug cam from Christmas? I brought it back. This time it's the painting camera. And I got to move it up a little bit here, but the painting camera's here, y'all. There we go. That'll work. Hey, Eric. Hey, Clements. How we doing? Welcome. What faction are you running Warhammer? Tyranids. I like the space bugs. Now, the problem with this camera is that the perspective's a little bit weird, okay? Because this model is not slanted backwards. but it's the best I can do with the mug cam here. Yeah, no marshmallows this time. This is the best I can do perspective wise, but it'll work. Once I can get a better like thing I can add to my desk and it can point down, it'll be better. But this is what I've got. This is what's gonna happen. You guys want to see my setup here, by the way, before I get started? I haven't officially shown you all this. There y'all are. There's the chat. There's me on camera. This is my desk. There's all my painting crap that I brought out for this stream. I'll tell you all about what all this is here in a second. There's Bear sitting over there. Yeah. This is the office that my wife and I moved so this used to be our living room. Yeah. Over here on the wall that I'm pointing at with the camera, that's where the TV was. And we moved the TV out into a different room, out that door. And we've got junk on the bookshelf there. That's a lot of Tyranid boxes that you can see. The big black boxes on the right side of that bookshelf is all Tyranid boxes. And then I got my official lighting set up back there. Yeah. So you guys can actually see my face. There it is. There's that big fuse box that I need to cover up. There's all my paint. Yeah. And then wifey's office is right behind me. We've got a big old armchair here so she can sit and watch me play video games and read and stuff when it's later in the evenings when I'm hanging out. But this is our big office. This office is maybe 2.5 times bigger than the last office I was in, which is through that door. We just moved through a door. The office is through there, and it's really tiny compared to this. So, yeah, toilet paper. That's what I use to blow my nose. I'm a weird guy. Paper you throw in the garbage is all just garbage paper. I don't care what it's used for. You wipe things with it, you throw it in the garbage. So we don't buy Kleenexes and toilet paper. We just buy toilet paper. That's it. So we might have a box of Kleenex in our house in case your nose gets really, really sensitive. Like if you have a really bad cold, then you get something that has like some oil on it or something like that. But yeah. Okay. How's music on your end, chat? Makes perfect sense. Thank you. Yeah, I think this setup's really good. So I think it's all right. The color already somewhat looks like it there with the brown. Yeah, this is just a primer, TGR. It's just a primer brown for the base coat. We're gonna go all in on it, and it's gonna look even better. But like you could play this on the board game at like this, and it would look great. So hey, SB, good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Vince, howdy. Hello, hello. Let me show you. Sounds good. Good. Let me show you reference photos here, chat, for what we're doing today. And let's see can I do it like. Oh man, how do I do this here? Give me a second. I gotta click the right button. It's background or display image. There we go. Okay, let's find the image here in my downloads. There we go. Okay, here is my reference photo, chat. References photo, anyways. I'll just put this here for now. Actually, I'll put it big on screen for now, and we'll turn it off. There you go. So this is what I'm trying to do with the painting. The top right photo, or top left photo is the official Barroth render from Monster Hunter. That's from Capcom themselves, right? And so you can see here, we've got some dark black or dark brown up on the top end that kind of goes around the back ridge and then up the tail there. But there's a lighter, like, I don't know how to say it, like richer brown underneath the dark brown, and that's what's missing on my model. If we look at the image on the bottom right, this Barroth is an actual Barroth painted model, the one I'm holding, like the one that's in my house, but somebody else painted it and they made a display piece out of it and put it on a plinth and everything to display. The little smoke stuff coming out of his head, that's actual like cotton. That's physical. That's not a visual effect. That's a literal cotton stuff that he added, or they added to Barroth to look like he's blowing steam out the top of his head. Really, really cool. And this person nailed the gradient from brown to brown. I know that sounds weird, but the different shades of brown, it's not like it's really sharp edged and blocky. It like fades into itself. That's what I'm trying to do on this piece here. And then they added the mud on the hands and the feet of Barroth. There's a little bit on the tail too. But that's what I'm trying to emulate, yeah? That's what I'm trying to do. So let me shrink this a little bit. There we go. You guys see what I'm saying? Yeah, isn't that fun? The smoke is awesome. Yeah, I love this thing. I probably won't do the smoke Maybe if I find out a really surefire way to make it happen, I will. But I'm gonna do the color and everything first. And you can see that this person did the base really cool. Let me zoom in on the base here. If I go up this way, it's really interesting. It's kind of blurry now, but this is like a big muddy grassy area. These are ants. They're 3D printed ants that he painted up. They're kind of hard to see because the image is low resolution for this size, but these are plastic ants he put on the bugs to go on here, and then the rest of the base is all brown mud, which is super cool. It kind of looks like frosting. I was thinking of Proceed when I saw this. Proceed, this looks like cake frosting or like fudge. It's not actually fudge though, but you know what I mean. It's brown mud. I've got some brown mud we'll add to Barroth, but it won't be quite like this. Needs mushrooms? Yep, I'll show you the mushrooms I have too. Yeah, chocolate. Yeah. So let's, I'm gonna put this back down to size a little bit. Oopsie. And not wreck my whole scene setup. So I'm just gonna put this right here for now. And I'll hide it, and we'll bring the reference photos up when we need it, okay? But then we'll get working on here. Now, before we can even start though, actually, chat, type a 1 in chat if you've done miniature painting before, and a 2 in chat if you have not, just to see what you guys know about this or not. Because if I'm just teaching, or not, I'm not teaching, but showing what I do to people who already know, then it's not worth it, you know. Mud isn't frosting. It kind of is, isn't it? Yeah. Good stuff. Hey, Clampoon, how we doing? Alteros? Yeah, they are. Yep, they're the ants from Monster Hunter, the Alteros. Correct. Okay, most people have not, but a couple people have. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Well, I want to start painting this guy, but we have to get our paint ready to go and all that stuff. And I got most of it ready for you prior to stream. But I wanted to show you a couple tools of the trade for those who are interested in doing mini painting. This thing looks awful, but I've had it for years. This is a, hey, wifey's here. What's up, wifey? Howdy. Bree, good to see you too. We've got, love the thumbnail for the stream. Thank you. I appreciate that. It kind of, yeah, it's pretty interesting. I had to do a black background because of the board game. The text for the board game was from the actual board game. So, this is a wet palette, for those who don't know. And it's made by Masterclass. Not sponsored. Kind of hard to see, but Masters Stay Wet Handy Palette. These are a godsend when it comes to mini painting. I did mini painting back in high school with oil paints, with enamel paints. And they, like, as you have a lot of working time with oil paints, you can edit things often, but they take forever to dry because it's oil based. And like, it was fine, but the smell would get to you. I got hives and stuff because I don't know if I was allergic to it, but it's like, it's fumes, man. It's fumes. It's bad stuff. It's not good for your lungs, you know? And we didn't know that as kids, but that's what we painted with. When I got older, I like 10 years ago, I found acrylic paints. They're water-based paints, and they have no toxicity because it's just water. Yeah. And the brand I went with is this brand here, Vallejo. I got the game color. No joke, chat. I bought these in 2012. It's been 13 years. The paint is not dried out. These caps are good. Yeah, you see Jazza? Nice. You found it. My brother bought me a mini painting kit from Jazza, so I've got a couple of his stuff. Good eye there, Proceed. This is 13-year-old paint. I bought a whole paint pack. You saw my whole thing over here. That thing right there is almost completely Vallejo paint. I bought all the paint for like 80 bucks 13 years ago and a couple extras recently. It's a pretty, like, the upfront cost was big, but having paint that lasts 13 years, this paint is still wet in here. Like, and I still paint with it 13 years later. So pretty fun there. But the wet palette, let me get back to that. That is to keep your paint wet while you're using it, because acrylic paint dries very quickly compared to enamel paint. Enamel paint dries over hours. Acrylic paint will dry within like seconds, depending on how much is on your brush. Now, the wet palette, we don't actually put paint on the wet palette itself. This is just a big sponge. So what we do is we take our handy dandy parchment paper, which my wife and I have unbleached parchment paper, so it's brown, but normally it's clear. Yeah, but parchment paper is porous paper. It's so water will go through it, not like a colander. It won't go straight through it, but it'll absorb into the paper. which will then absorb into the paint to keep the paint hydrated so that the paint doesn't dry out while you're using it. That's the whole point of the wet palette. And before I got a wet palette, I was going through paint like crazy because it would dry on my plate or on my, I had a ceramic tile. It would dry on my tile as I was painting, and then I have to put more paint down, and it's just a waste. This, with this wet palette here, you put the lid on it while the paint's on your paper, it'll last days. It'll hydrate for days. You can use the same exact paint that you used 3-4 days ago, and it'll still be good to go in the wet palette. So if you're looking to get started, you should get a wet palette. This is a really cheap one, and it's the best one. I got a really expensive one first. This is a waste of money. This doesn't do what this does. I keep this around because in the lid, it has a big old brush holder. It's literally the most expensive brush holder out there. This is a waste of money. Don't buy this one. Get the Masters one. It's like $7, and it's awesome. Why are we looking at a moldy slice of cheese? Hey, Goose, how we do it? That's a big sponge is what it is. It's a big sponge. It's got paint on it. That's all my colors from before. So yeah, wet paper towel does work for sure. I actually, before I bought the wet palette and after I used the ceramic towel, I made my own wet palette with a Tupperware. And then I put wet paper towels in the bottom, put parchment paper on top, and then I would put the paint on the parchment paper and then put a lid on top of the Tupperware. That worked fine. My Tupperware just wasn't big enough, and so I ended up buying one of these for like $8 and super cheap. Okay, parchment paper goes on here. You can see the water going through the paper already. And then the trick here, actually, you get this all wet, then you flip it over because it's gonna curl like that, see? So if you get it wet on both sides, it won't curl anymore. And when the paper curls while you're painting, it's a pain in the butt because it takes your paint off the water and then it dries out your paint. So having your paper not curl is really nice. And this parchment paper is just Walmart brand parchment paper. It's like, wifey knows how much parchment paper costs. It's like $2 a box, and the box will last you ages. Here's a gift card I got for Yield Butcher Shop here in town. And I use this just to get the wrinkles out of here. Yeah. It doesn't matter if you get water on this parchment paper because you want water on your paint. You just don't want it like soaking wet, you know? Like mildly damp. There you go. Now the wrinkles are out of it. And we want the wrinkles out of it because where there's wrinkles, that's where the dry spots are, right? And where the dry spots are is where your paint dries out. So we want to get this really flat on here. And if you've got like water droplets all over your parchment paper, you could just use a napkin, paper towel, yeah, and just dab off the top. It's like where I've got little bubbles here, just dab off the top. It's fine. It doesn't matter. You're gonna put water on it anyways. There you go, right? Yeah, pretty cool. It was acrylic paint, so it didn't dry out as fast. When you put palette on the fridge, you put the palette in the fridge when you're painting. Oh, interesting. I've never put my palette in the fridge. That's an interesting call, though. Okay, I'm not gonna keep the wet palette on camera the whole time because it's in the way, but I will show you putting some paint down. We want to get some brown because Barroth's brown, yeah? We got brown on the model, but we need to get the different shades of brown. Remember our reference photo? We've got different shades going on. We got a darker brown on top and a richer brown underneath it. Honestly, the brown that we have right now, if I move this down here, the brown that's on here right now is pretty close to the rich brown that's on Barroth currently on the reference image. We need to dry brush some lighter browns on the edges, and we'll probably be pretty close. So we're gonna keep this brown and just paint over some of the spots that are missing. I've got some gray showing still on some of this, but we're gonna take a darker brown and go over these back ridges and the head up here, as well as like the feet and stuff. We're gonna get a darker brown going. So I'll get that on the palette, and then we'll lighten it up here in a second. This is the color I use for that base brown, by the way, if you're looking for it. Vallejo, it's just flat brown, I think is the color. Hey, Michaela, how we doing? Good to see you. Welcome. Gonna get the cheese touch. I'm not sure what that means. Like painting with acrylic paints in school, the paint drying fast was an issue. The cleanup was a pain. The nice thing about acrylic paint is that if you put water on the acrylic paint after it dries, usually it comes up. Usually comes up okay. But it's not always a guarantee. Sometimes you gotta get the little scraper out, you know? This is one I'm gonna try. It's a leather brown. It's a lighter brown than the one that's on Barroth. I wanna use this for dry brushing on the lighter parts of the reference photo here, yeah? So We'll put that on the palette here in a sec here too, but gotta get these paints all ready to go. Chat, hope your day is going fantastic, by the way. Thanks for hanging. Cheese Touch from Diary of Wimpy Kid. Oh, okay. I've not seen that one, so I don't recognize the reference. Interesting. What's the Cheese Touch? What does it do? If you don't mind me asking. I don't think I'm gonna need the bone white right now. What I do need though is something to mix in with this flat brown to make it a little darker. And the way you make brown darker is to add more brown. I've got the most brown I can get right now though. And so I think we're gonna throw just some matte black in here. I gotta find my black. Is it this one? There it is. Some black there. They'll darken it up a little bit. Oh, this one's almost gone though. You're in Ohio? What are you doing in Ohio, Rexy? That's crazy. This guy, I'm running out of black paint. Good thing I've got multiple black paint. See if I can find it there. Maybe that was. Is this paint or is this a wash? This feels like a wash. I had blue to make your brown darker. Maybe some red. Okay, let's try that out. This doesn't feel like paint. It is paint. Okay, good. I've got plenty of black. Then we'll be all right. You're trading for your job. Oh, okay, I got you. Nice, man. They got you a long way from home. Just got you now. The cheese. The slice of moldy cheese on school playground. Anyone who touched it had moldy cheese touch, and everyone will avoid them. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay, I understand. The cultural sensation. Yeah, I've learned. I know what it is. I've seen the books, but I've never read them or anything. They came out after I was grown out of them, you know. So, okay, there's that. Some brown down. Should be a mandatory watch at least once. Really? Okay. I might have to check them out. We'll see. That'd be good. Okay, let's get some paint down. Blue and brown is wonderful mix of shadows. Yeah, my wife's been doing blue for shadows recently. It's been kind of fun to watch that come around. I'm not really going for a rich brown in the darker browns here, so I think black will work okay. I kind of want it to be pitch, you know, deep. 24 and still by the books. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. I'm in a different era than you. The stuff that I still buy that was made for kids, quotation marks, is different than what you buy that's made for kids. Because like Harry Potter was technically made for kids, right? And Pokemon. But that's the era I grew up in. Actually, I would love to find the Pokemon mangas. You guys ever read those? Any Pokemon manga readers out there? Because that's what I used to do. It was great. Okay, we got paint to the palette. I'm gonna leave this here for now, but I gotta bring in the old water cup. Remember, acrylic paints are all water-based. This is water in here. It looks like it's black liquid, but it's not. It's just because of the glaze in the pot. Water in here. All the paint's water-based. We don't want to use paint right out of the tube because it's thick. It's too thick. It's always too thick. It's almost always too thick. So I'm gonna get my brush wet here, and I got a paper towel that you can't see, but my brush is like. Keep moving away from my mic, becoming inaudible. Whoops. My bad. Am I inaudible right now? Do I got to move my mic closer currently? Okay, here we go. Perfect. Just sitting here getting ready for a retirement home while listening to chat. Yeah. Okay, we got our brush wet. And you can use your palette to wet the brush too, because it's all just big sponge, right? There's water in here. Never use a coffee cup as your water cup, because then you drink from the wrong cup. Yeah. That's why I drink Mountain Dew. Then I don't have to worry about it. Water doesn't come in the can. Hey, thanks, Austin. Appreciate it. Nice to see you. Good to see you. Okay, so we're going to mix some black and brown here. And I don't want to mix them in the main pools, because then I won't be able to make edits. to the color. And that's pretty liquidy right now, so I don't think I need any more water. But we're gonna try to match that brown where we can. And also, Chad, if you're just getting into mini painting or interested in it, this is a great way to save money on paint. Just mix paints. You don't need the exact color. You can mix paints. Now, if you're gonna paint like 80 space bugs and you want them all the same color, maybe you want to buy the paint for the main color for that. But you need a dark brown. You've only got brown. Just mix a dark brown. You can paint all the boots that dark brown in one city. It's no big deal. That's a pretty good dark brown. Kind of hard to see on camera, but it's pretty dark compared to the flat brown. We'll add this to Barath and see how it looks. I might need just a little bit more because my brush is loaded. I added more brown to it. There we go. I think that'll work. And normally, like on a plate, on not a wet palette, all of this paint would just dry up because it's so thin. It's not in a big pool. It's just thin on the paper here. But because of the wet palette, this is going to stay usable for a long time. I'm also using my brush incorrectly here, but I use this brush just for mixing. I don't really do details on this brush, but you shouldn't get paint up on the metal part because then the paint seeps up into the hairs of the brush and dries up in the metal part and you can't fix it. And so then the hairs all splay, right? So this is just my mixing brush, so I don't take as much care of it. It's just for mixing paints up. Hey, how we doing, Xenoborn? Good to see you. Welcome to stream. Pokemon came out when you were in college. Pokemon came out when I was 6, so we're definitely a different age group there. Love color theory, but I'm horrible at it. Yeah, same here. I understand the basics of it, but when we get into like the minutia details, I get really bad at it, and that's why that's one big reason why my wife is incredible, because she gets color theory and she's a painter, and so I can just ask her. That's pretty great. Okay, we got the paint mixed. I'm gonna move this off to the side here. Man, I am in tight quarters on this desk and streaming. I've got stuff all over me right now. I can hardly move. Okay, let's go over here. Okay. Time to glob some paint on it. Can I do this while I'm on camera? Let's find out. This is a first for Tails. Drum roll, please. First for Tails. Okay. Here we go. Remember when I said earlier that I was really nervous about doing this on camera? It's all hit me like a truck right now. Okay. We want to get black down the spine, down the back here. And right now, I don't need to be super detailed on this. I just need to get paint on the model. We can fix the mistakes later. So we'll just start the painting. Oh, these lights overhead are both helping and not helping at the same time. I think I might need to turn... Nah, I think it's fine. We'll be okay. So there's like different segments on Barath here for its armor. Right? They're like ridges, right? I want to paint every individual ridge here this dark color and get the whole ridge painted that color. Because the transition to the dark brown to the rich brown is going to happen on more of the tender parts down here. So I'm not worried about the details here, but I do want to get the whole armor piece painted the right color. But that brown's looking really good compared to the flat brown. Trade desk with you? I like my desk. It's just not built for painting and streaming at the same time. It's good for one or the other. So try not to get my big hand in the way of the camera. Here we go. As I'm painting this, I'm remembering that there's one album on this playlist that isn't going to be very fun to listen to while I'm painting. I think I need to remove it from the playlist. But once we get to it, I got to finagle the music a little bit. But we're not there yet. My brain's in fast forward right now. Worst comes to worst, you make a new variant of Barath? Yeah, that's true. I mean, honestly, remember, we're not going for picturesque, perfect details here because animals are organic. Monsters are organic. They're not pixel perfect. They're not carbon copies. So we don't mind if things look a little bit different than the picture because This is just another Barroth in the wild, and there are different parts of Barroth that look different than other Barroth. And the way that you do your Barroth is going to be different than somebody else did. That's fine. No big deal. It's your Barroth, not their Barroth. Now, if you're doing like a commission for somebody, that's different, you know. But I'm not doing a commission for somebody. This is my own. He's annoying in Rise, but awesome in World. I think a reason why Rise Barroth was tougher, in my opinion, is we didn't have the clutch glow. Not being able to tenderize Barroth's head made him tougher in Rise, which is great. I like that he was tougher in Rise. I think it's awesome. But he was pretty easy going in World because you just throw him into a wall and or tenderize his head. He's kind of worthless, right? Look at that. Look at that. Oh, that's kind of hard to see. Can I get it in the... There you go. It's darker. That's exactly what we wanted. And it's still got to dry, too. I'm trying not to touch the parts that are still wet. But there's little spots around here that I need to get still. And we got to see how far out from the spine we want to go with this brown, which is why reference photos are nice. You can use a reference photo to see what other people have done. And then adjust accordingly. But these armor pieces go underneath as well. So I'm going to turn this piece sideways so I can get these sideways parts. He could fit in Wilds. He totally could fit in Wilds. Yeah, Barroth would be a good inclusion for sure. We got to get the ridge up here too. I wanted to do a little bit of a bit on the tail before I went up on the head. Give this time to dry as well as test to see if it's the right color before I go over the whole model. But I'm pretty happy with this color. There we go. Looking good. Great early game monster World. I think so too. Yeah, in World he definitely taught players, especially like I was a new to Monster Hunter with World. I think he taught players the importance of not just attacking the same part all the time, because the head is always the weak spot, quote unquote. Then you fight Barroth and you're like, why am I not doing anything to this guy? Well, it's because the head's not the weak spot on Barroth, unless you're playing Hammer. Gotta find another spot to hit him. And he attacked you with his head, so it's like, what do you do? Well, you play to the sides, play to the back. You become a great tail cutter, like the legends of old. And you cut off his tail. Now this paintbrush has had paint on it for the last 10 minutes now. That paint's drying on my brush as well, so occasionally I got to put my paintbrush in the water here to get that crusty paint off, so I can put new paint on, so it doesn't just dry up my whole brush. Barroth and Try was fun. Never played Try. What made Barroth fun in Try? What was the difference there? The point of your art is interpretation. You literally can't screw up unless you break the tail off. In Monster Hunter's case, breaking the tail off just makes the monster better. There we go. Okay. We've got a lot to do on the crown here. Most of his head is this dark brown, so we're going to use a lot of it here. Like I said before, though, I'm really happy with this dark brown color that we mixed up. Ooh, it's got it too wet now. It's starting to run. Okay. I might have messed it up a little bit. We're going to add a little more black into my color mix here because I picked up the wrong batch. I think I got it back now. And ultimately, it doesn't matter if that happens either, right? Because if it runs, that just means you put more layers on. Yeah, this is too thin now. I put too much. I didn't take enough water off the brush after I washed the brush off. So now this paint is running. That's A-okay. I'm going to dab this off. We're just make another pool here. It'll be fine. Hey, Tim, how we doing? Yeah, painting's going pretty good. So far, so good. We're just getting started, really. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for hanging. Breaking everything makes them fun for monsters? Oh, yeah. Always. Always fun. breaking monster parts is the best. That's the whole point, right? All right, I gotta mix a little bit more paint here because I'm running out and the other stuff is too wet. Running drippy paint could be really cool for texture. For the final touch, yes. For coverage, it's not good because I can see through. And I don't want to see through to the other color. I want to cover this one up. But later on, it could be something we could do for sure. Add more black here. I'm going to add a little bit of, actually not black, brown over there. We're just going to mix up some more. No big deal. You learned longsword with Barath? There you go. That's a good one for it. Works well with the head is weak spot idea. Yeah, that's what I like about Barath is anything but blunt weapons, which there aren't too many, right? Only 2. You have to find a new spot to attack Barath, or it's not going to work. So, board game. Yeah, what's up, Lou? How we doing? Yeah, there's the Monster Hunter World board game. It's for sale. It has been for, man, a year now, I think. I think it's been about a year. And Steamforged Games, the company that made the board game, sent me the first 2 boxes, the Wildspire Waste and the Ancient Forest. And I've had the boxes forever, 9 months or so, and I've had no time to paint them until now. So, yep, that level's called glazing. It's good for tinting, but not for putting on basic colors. Yep, you're right on. You're exactly right. And down the road, maybe we'll do that. But that's also I've got a paint pot. It's everyone's favorite in Warhammer. It's called Nuln Oil, which is a wash that is gonna tint it a darker color later on. We'll use that later, but I don't want to do that now. I want to get coverage right now and get the color of the model the color I want it to be. Okay, we need more black. More black. There is not enough black in here. That's pretty close, actually. It'll look good. Okay. Back to worky. This brush is going to dry out eventually here, but we're going to use what we got for now. Oh, it's still not black enough. Okay, we need more black. The lighting in here is making it kind of hard to see. And we don't have to get the exact color we had before. I just want to be close. Because remember, the variation makes it fun, right? It's just organic is what it is. Okay. Back at it. It's looking close. That's looking close. No big deal. We'll paint over the runny bits here when this dries out, but I can still see that it's wet. So we're going to come back to it later. The other fun, or another thing to keep in mind here, I don't know if it's the fun part. It kind of is, though. Just to remember, the stage that I'm painting in right now, this stage is the just get colors on the model stage. Don't get stuck into the details yet. We're going to get the details figured out later. We've got a lot of work to do with the basic colors first before we worry about the details. And the reason why we don't get worried about the details right now is because if I get everything all detailed up and done, and then I use my next color to put base colors on, and I paint over the thing I did the details of earlier on accident, then I got to do all the details over again. I don't want to do that. Why do things twice when you could just do them once? So you could be really, what's it called? Messy during this part. Because we're going to paint over some of the details anyways. Oh yeah, this came out really good. Once I got it in the correct lighting, it's easier to see. It's kind of hard to see on the camera there. I'll show it off here once I get these little nodules done here. That's a word, right? Nodules. Need to get back into painting minifigures. Still have a few unopened boxes laying around. The pile of shame, right? That's what the mini community calls those. Yeah, I've got way too many piles of shame. And I want the pieces to be painted, but I'm not very good at sitting down and doing it. But I will say, chat, having people to hang out with while I paint is always way better than painting by myself. So even having stream up right now and talking with you guys while I do this makes painting so much more fun than just sitting in my house painting by myself. I would much rather hang out with you guys while I did this than do this by myself. So thanks for making painting more enjoyable for me. That's kind of it. Okay, let's get up on the side here. I got to make sure you guys can see this. I'm going to flip them upside down. You ever seen an upside down barrel before? Now you have. Get this ridge here. We want to flip them upside down so we get to the underside of these armor pieces. Painting on camera is hard, dude. It's so tough. I'm watching my paintbrush, the model, and the camera that you guys can see the model on. It's like driving a car, and I'm not even moving. I gotta be cognizant of so many different things. But that's okay. All right, I gotta flip this guy all the way around to see those shadows. We gotta get shadows in there. Like, there's still gray in here because the spray paint didn't get in there. We want to make sure that we get this coated in this dark black so that shadow is still there. And if I was really, really technical and cared that much, I'd put black paint in there because it's complete shadow. But no one's ever going to see this part of the model. No one's going to flip this piece upside down. So I'm just getting the edges mostly so that people don't see the brighter edges when it's supposed to go to shadow, you know? There's a big glob in there. There we go. Okay, I gotta do that over here too. Okay, how we looking, huh? We gotta get this. Do I go down here? Yeah, I'll go down here a little bit. We can always fix this later. And over here, get this one. Okay. And I gotta get this. I got this spot up here I gotta grab quick. And this spot. I know that's off camera. Sorry, chat. I got a quick touch up to find. Right here on the tail. There it is. Under the armor. I gotta get under the tail too. I almost missed that. Because that's a big armor piece. We want to get underneath that. There we go. And the edges. Nice. Nice. Okay, let's wash this brush out and I'll show you guys this thing here, yeah? Man, okay, I know what the issue is here. I think I gotta just do this. There we go. I just move my camera. Okay, so if we look at it top down, kind of tough with the lighting here. Can I mess with the lighting? Let's see if I can do this here. Does this help? Not really. How about that one? No, that doesn't help either. Okay. Well, it's because my camera's not focusing, but oh, maybe farther back. There we go. See the color difference? We got the rich brown on the sides here and the dark brown that we put around the spine. Already makes a massive difference in how this guy looks. Oh, look at that shot right there. You could stop right here. You could stop right here and this piece would look awesome. Because just adding tones, it's still brown. I just added a little black to the brown. But just adding tones makes the model look so much better. It adds depth so much. Oh, man. I'm so happy about this. It looks so good. We're going to do more, but it looks good already. That's exciting. Good stuff. Let's pull up the reference photo, too. We can show it off here. There we go. Remember the reference photo? Rich brown on the bottom, dark brown on the top. We're already doing it. Hey, Kabold, how we doing? Good to see you. Looks like it's made of chocolate. Exactly. It's perfect. It's awesome. I love it. I'm pumped. Good luck, SB. Hope you get it. I think this is turning out great. Now, we want to go lighter on the rich brown and the light parts here, right? So we're going to do a dry brush on this when we're all done. We got to color his teeth and everything. Obviously, his eyes also have a rich yellow on them right here, that little tiny guy underneath the crown. Oh, you can't see my mouse, can you, chat? Underneath his crown, there's a little eyeball right here that we're gonna make a really bright yellow. This dark brown's looking good. I'm gonna leave it where it's at for now. And then we'll go in and do the gradient later. But I wanna get this flat brown. There's spots that I missed when I painted it originally that I can see the gray through. So I'm gonna go through and touch that up, get that done. And then you see on the reference photos here at the bottom, if we look at, that was the wrong one. If we look at this here, do you see how on the leg of the display model, like on the upper hip here, I can point on my model here, on this part of the reference photo, you see how they put that dark black up there too, and up on here, right? That's adding variation. They didn't just do the spine, they added the dark black to give it that organic feel. We need to add that on these armor pieces as well to give it that variation too. So there's more dark on here as well, on the tail. I kind of like how this tail's looking though. I think I'm gonna keep it that way. And then we'll just get a little messy here on the thighs. And get the little armor pieces here. But that'll pretty much take care of the dark brown, unless I find touch-up spots where I missed, where I need to like fill in a gap that I didn't see. But I'm really happy with how this is looking so far. And then we'll get into some more colors. Looking good. Hey, Sawood, what's up? How we doing? Welcome to the stream. Okay, let's get those touch-up spots here, or the dark browns taken care of first, so we'll do the touch-ups. You would recommend biting a monster? Have you seen those game shows where it's like, you have to guess what object on the table is made of cake? That'd be kind of fun. That'd be great. Leave the Barros undersides grayish? Yeah, it depends. No one's gonna, I mean, we're not gonna do a whole lot with this one underneath here either. No one will look at that as well, but we'll make this part lighter, and then this part will just stay a flat brown. The dark on his thighs is mud, not actual dark brown. That's fine. We'll still base layer it, and then when we put the mud on top, it'll blend in a lot better. All Gucci. It's also me covering my tracks because I don't know how that mud stuff that Can of Cheese sent me is gonna work. I've never used it before, so we'll have to try it out. So we also don't have to use the exact same dark brown here. We can do a third brown color on this to give more variation to Barroth, and that just makes it look even better. You guys, who plays Minecraft here? Any Minecraft players? Type a 1 in chat if you play Minecraft. Y'all know in Minecraft, for those who play, that you make build. Ooh, I just painted my phone. All right, we're okay. I just jammed my brush into my phone case. We're okay. My phone is my other camera, by the way, chat. I'm using my phone for it. Having color variation in your builds makes them more interesting. If you just do flat one color of a wall, the build looks really boring or uninteresting. But when you add color variation with different blocks that have similar colors, it adds to it makes it look like it's more intricate. And it kind of is at one point, but it's also because your eyes have more to look at. So adding just more tones of brown is going to help add variation to this monster and how it looks. I'm even like just throwing dark brown in random spots right now because Barroth is not a uniformed creature. Like it doesn't always have everything the same everywhere. It's kind of messy too, right? It's playing in the mud, so why wouldn't it have dark spots in random places? And if we think about it in terms of real life, because this is what painting really comes down to, you're making light and shadow. That's how painting works. There's color as well, obviously, but the different shades and tones of color you use is trying to mimic light on a 2D, or in this case, 3D surface. So our darker spots, we kind of want to throw where shadow would go. You know, in crevices and creases is where the dark brown's going to be because it doesn't get bleached by the sun, or the sun's not seeing it. And so the sun is what's making the color lighter, right? But we don't have a sun when we're painting. We just have our brush. So we can add where the shadows go and where the lights go. So I'm just looking for all these little creases here to add some dark color. And I'm not even really thinking about it except for, hey, is that a crease? I'm putting dark paint there, you know? And that'll make it look really good. Let's put this guy around. Okay. Back in it. Crease there. We'll throw some in there. And ultimately, if we throw stuff in a spot and we're like, I don't like that, just paint over it. That's the best part about doing acrylic paint, is it dries so fast. Just paint over the spots that you don't like, because it's dry by the time you get there and you see the change, you know? Da-da-da. All right, here we go. Dark spot there. The paint on my palette's starting to dry out. I've used it all up. This is the problem with painting big models, chat, is your paint goes away faster than on small monsters because there's just more surface to color. But that's okay. We're almost done with this dark brown for now anyways, and I can always mix some more afterwards. Throw that in the crevices here. Here we go. Spread this out this way. Get down in here too. I gotta get the creases of this armor and not the top parts of it only, because the creases are a lighter color right now. And I want to put the darker color in the creases. Back here. That'll work. Okay. And up there. Does that work? It's hard to see with the... It isn't drying yet, but when it's dried, it'll look better. Because it's shining the light right now. It'll get matte when it's dried. Okay. Oh, one here too. Get it in his arm. Nice. That'll do. Okay. One point in this main story for Wilds, I accidentally had a hunter's voice wanting to eat everything in the Scarlet Forest. It's stuck since. Nice. There we go. Good. We got some more color variation. So this spot here isn't as dark as on the top, but it's darker than the rich brown over here, which is exactly what I wanted. Came out pretty good. I do need to put some more paint on this later, but we'll get around to that. I think we'll dry brush over the top. Looking good. This is drying out already on this side. I'm liking it. Let me put this up here real fast. It's looking really good. Okay. Hey, Breeze! What's up, friend? Thank you for re-upping your subscription here on YouTube for 7 months as a legendary hunter. Thank you very much. Very kind of you. W's chat for Breeze, everybody. It's been a busy month from me with work, but it's getting calmer and I have more time for streams. Heck yeah. Sorry things have been busy for you. Hope things calm down for you, though. Like you said, you're saying it's already getting that way. That's good news. Thank you for supporting the channel. It's very nice of you. Happy 7 months. Crazy how time flies, huh? Crazy. Thanks, Breeze. Great to have you here. You know, since we're talking about anniversaries, I got to remember to talk about this. I forgot to say it earlier. My 35th birthday is on Thursday this week. I will not be streaming on Thursday. I normally don't, and I got plans. And by plans, I mean, I want to show you what my wife set up for me. Oh my gosh. I got plans. But Saturday, I'll be streaming for our Hunter Hangout. And we'll do a birthday party that day. We can all hang out and celebrate my 35th together. It's going to be a fun week, I think. Woo! Did I get it paint again? I did not. Good job, me. Okay. So, these spots right here are all this brown on the palette. They're all that brown. And so we're just going to use that same brown and layer over the top where I missed spots that I had painted before. I see a really big gray spot like right here that we're going to grab. So if Feels like minutes. I know, right? Time flies. It's crazy. I feel the exact same way. Even with the channel. Chat, in June 16th is the 2-year anniversary of Giddy Fox Gaming. 2 years. That feels nuts to me. I can't believe that. That's absolutely crazy. I'm shocked it's been 2 years almost this summer already. Or this summer it'll be 2 years for sure, but it's almost been 2 years now. That's kind of crazy. Now on this brown I'm painting here, I want to target the creases and not the edges. The edges is where I want it to be brighter. So if there is some bright spots there, I actually don't mind. But what I wanted to do is get darker in these creases and come out brighter on the edges. Because the sun, the light is going to hit the edges more than the creases are. So I just want to touch up these creases to make sure that I've got them all filled. Because otherwise it's gray in the creases, and that doesn't work well with our light and shadow idea here. Happy birthday. Thanks, the bold. Appreciate that. Yeah, I want to show you. I got to show you my fridge later. My wife and I's house is kind of a mess right now, so I don't want to show our whole place because it's pretty deep. We got people coming over tonight. We're gonna clean up before they get here, but we didn't have time to finish it this morning. But I might hide my viewfinder till I get over to the fridge, and then I'll show you what my wife set up for me. It's pretty cool. Secrets. Looking good? Thank you. I think so too. I think it's turned out really well. There's not a whole lot of work I had to do on this because the base brown paint does such a good job already. There's some detail things that I need to do, but the main thing that's going to happen is when we get past this base color stage, when we get working on the details and we can start dry brushing the edges of these scales, it's going to look awesome. So like the big armor ridges, it's going to look so good, Chad. It's going to look really, really awesome. I don't see a whole lot I need to touch up on this side. You know, where I need to find touch up spots is when I flip it upside down. That's normally where I find the spots is underneath. I see one glob here, but that's dark brown. And there's one there I need to get as well. Missed it twice. Maybe we grab like this here. Grab these edges quick. Yeah. Now, the other thing to keep in mind, I do this a lot, chat, where it's like, oh, I put paint on my brush. So that means I have to use the paint. That's not true. You never have to add paint somewhere. Sometimes I get it in my head where it's like, well, you've already taken the action, and I like to be really efficient. And so if I've taken the action, I have to follow through on the action, you know, but that's not how life works, especially with art. Here we go. This is the important perspective is like down this side because we see underneath all these ridges. I want to make sure that all of these ridges have brown paint in the crevices. That's really, really important for lighting. It looks like the part I missed the most is on this side. This other side I must have started painting on, but I can see in here there's bright colors, bright gray. I think we got it though. I think that's it. I don't mind this. I'll give it. Okay. Nice. Nice. All right, let's set him down. Let's put this brush away. Give my hand a little break here. Slapshot method. I don't have the paints for it, unfortunately, but Slapshot looks really good. Yeah. Slapshot works with the what are they called? They're from Citadel Paints. They're like, oh man, what are those things called? What are those paints called from Citadel that you Slapshot? You do the zenithal method and then you paint with contrast paints. Contrast paints. Works really well with contrast paints. I do not have contrast paints, so I got to do everything by hand. So, but the nice thing about contrast paints is it lets you get light and shadow really easily. Hey Harper, how we doing? Yeah. You have to paint stuff. Do you often paint stuff like that, Barath? No, I don't. This will be the biggest model I've done. I've got a Tyranid army that's not done painting, but I've assembled a lot of it. But so like, here, let me show you this. I was going to show you this earlier on camera. This is the finished Switch Axe guy. This is like infantry size model for Warhammer 40K. I've painted a bunch of models this size before. Tons. Like hundreds over the years. So I have no issue doing these things. Warhammer 40K got me into models that are a little bigger than this. They're like maybe this big for some, you know, elite infantry. But I've never done anything as big as Barath. Barath is the biggest one. And Barath isn't even the biggest model I own. You should see the Diablos I have. It's literally as big as my head. It's huge. Here's the Switch Axe guy, though, you guys. I was showing you this off. This guy's in the Barath armor, so he's completely brown. And it's a Barath bone Switch Axe suit, so it's all brown. And I just didn't want a whole piece that was brown. So I made his pouch on the back a bright blue. So at least there was something else to look at besides brown on this guy. And then Can of Cheese sent me some 3D printed mushrooms. Ah! There it is. Some 3D printed mushrooms. They're really tiny. And I didn't get it on the base for this one, but in future models I will. But like I can, okay, will this work without damaging it? Let's see. Like I'll be able to attach mushrooms to the base here like this. I've got 6 bunches. I got to make good use of them. They're not going to go on every single piece. I've only got 6 bunches of mushrooms. But I got to paint those up and I'll add them. We'll put them on the Barath base before I finish that up for sure. It's going to be good. But yeah, the Diablos is huge. It's super big. And that's not even the biggest model I'm getting. The models I got for the Iceborne expansion, the Velkhana piece, is the biggest out of all of them that they made. And it's probably as tall as my monitor is. Here's my monitor, yeah? It's probably as tall as that monitor, the Velkhana piece is. I don't know what I'm going to do about that, but... Hey, Harper, how we doing? Wish you could do this, but your eyesight's awful? They make little glasses that have magnifying glasses on them for this specifically. If that's something that you wanted to look into to be able to see details a little bit closer. The way I get around it, because my eyesight's not the best either, but I mean, it works. I can see it. Is I just don't care that much. Like, things don't have to look perfect. People are looking at your model from, 3 feet away. They're not looking at all the details, so people will mostly not even notice any small things. And then you just choose not to paint eyes on on your little models. It doesn't matter. Okay. There are some gray spots here I can see that I want to hit with this dark brown so that the gray goes away. Here it is. There. And there's one there. Oh, I get this is all brown. I missed that whole thing on the back. Good thing I double checked. Always double check it. Do we have any more gray that I can see on Barath? Because otherwise this is going to stay how it looks. So we're just going to dry brush over the top. Got to find all the nooks and crannies where gray could be hiding. Did I just paint my keyboard too? I did. Goodness gracious. There's not enough space to do this. I'm painting my keyboard now. Yeah, got that one. There's one here. I see it. All right. I think we got it. I think we got it. One last gander. Oh, I see another light brown spot. Actually, I'm just going to cover that with this. Doesn't matter. There we go. Because it's on the dark area, too. Bop, 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 bop. Okay. Looks good. There it is. That's base coat stage. We're going to check out his nails, or his claws and stuff to see if they're a different color, but I think that's everything. Hey, Sungjin, how we doing? For a colorblind like myself, many colors are the same. Yeah, I'm colorblind too, but we make do. We make do. Yeah, it works. Tabletop standards is so easy to paint, even with not great eyesight. Yep, that's mostly what I'm going for. There's some things where I go a little more detailed on because it's fun, but not to a point where it's like, I'm dying trying to see. That's not usually an issue. Getting paint on models is fine enough for me. I'm not going for trophies. If I don't have paint on my models, then I'm sad. But if there's paint on my models, I'm happy. It doesn't have to be the best thing I've ever seen in my life. Okay, we gotta see if our friend Bear out there has a different claw color. So we can pull up our reference photos. Boop. Oopsie, that's the wrong one. And move this over and see. Now, this Instagram picture has all the claws covered in mud, which we might do. But I don't know where the mud's gonna go yet, so I'm gonna paint the claws and things until it looks good, and then if we cover it in mud, fine. Doesn't bother me at all. Ricky, buy the board game? It's from Steamforged Games. I don't have a link or nothing. Let me see if I can find something real fast. Oh man, I gotta move a bunch of things. Let me see here. Monster Hunter board game, Steamforged Games. Here we go. I'll throw the link to the official website from them, but then you can search from there because there's like Walmart sells it and stuff. It's in retail. It's not just a it's not just from Steamforged. These claws are looking pretty dark, but I think that's just from mud. But this is kind of a gray color on the edges of the claws. So I think we'll get a little bit of a gray into this brown and just paint the claws like a grayer color. And then we'll use that gray to paint the teeth as well. And then we got to get yellow for the eyes. Then we'll start dry brushing. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. This actually, it makes me feel really good, chat. It makes me feel good to have paint on the models. I don't do this often, so it's mostly because I psych myself out of it. Let me find some paint. Give me a sec. That's silver. We don't want that. That's too great. I can't find the gray I'm looking for. Where'd I put it? That's the wrong. Is it this one? Oh, that's silver. Oh. It was like the third paint I picked up and I moved it, but I didn't see it. Basalt gray, like a dark gray. Should be good. Paint to display quality on pieces I plan to never field. My display case has 3 models in it. Hey, that's sweet though. That's awesome. I think someday if I ever got really super like invested in painting again, where I'm just doing it all the time, every minute of the day, I would definitely do some display model stuff. And what I wanted to do ultimately with all these Monster Hunter pieces was to display them. But these things are going to look great with paint on them, and I can always come back and add more to them if I want to. So, Space Wolves efforts showing getting new models. I saw them. Yeah, they look sweet. How hard was Zoshia for you? Oh, I beat him first try. I have not failed a quest with Zoshia yet. I have carded to him one time. But remember, Breeze, Mushroom Mancer prevails over everything. We have so much healing on Mushroom Mancer. Zoshia was no issue. No issue at all. Okay. Dark gray. Basalt gray. Going on the palette. We're not going to paint the claws this exact color. We just need a base color, right? And then we get our handy dandy paintbrush here for mixing. We're going to mix that in with a little bit of black. Maybe a little brown would be better, actually. Let's go brown because Bear has mostly brown. Add that over here. And then wash that out. How hard was HR Zoshia for you? That's what I was responding to. HR Zoshia carded one time. I've done dozens of quests with them now at this point. And Mushroom Mancer is the way. See you, Cabald. Have a good one. Yeah, HR Zoshia is no issue. Really fun hunt. Love it. It's a really good time. It's probably my favorite hunt in the game right now. All right, that didn't do anything for me, brown. I'm just gonna add it straight to it. I would not advise this, but I have a pretty good idea of what I need here. Unless it doesn't come out. There we go. It's a wet palette? Yep. It is a wet palette. The Masters wet palette. Thing's a lifesaver. It's a good product. It's a weird color, but I'm gonna run with it. I like it. Okay, we gotta wash this off again. Good stuff. Actually, I might need to whip out my other brush here. I don't care. I'm doing base coats. I never paint with this brush, but because of the scale of this monster being so big, I need a bigger brush. So to put it in perspective, chat, this is the brush I've been using all today. Yeah. Old piece of junk. I use it just for mixing, but I've been painting with it. This is the size brush I normally paint with. Yeah. Because infantry models are so much smaller, so you need a smaller brush with a big tip or a small tip on it. But I don't actually even need that for this big guy, which is great. Okay, let's get these claws with some gray. And we're not going for like perfect gray here, just getting some details because he's digging in the mud. He's gonna be brown in places. We don't mind the brown. If Barroth wasn't brown, we'd be wondering what the heck this Barroth is. We like the brown. We embrace the brown. Maybe this model was too easy to paint because of all the brown, but I'm a big fan of Barroth. When I got this box sent to me, I was like, I'm painting the Barroth first because he is the coolest. Get those nasty tips painted there because I got the primer on there in accident. Posies back here. Posies. There we go. Man, Steamforged Games did such a good job on the sculpts for these models. They're really detailed. They're really well done. I've painted models for other board games before, and the sculpts are just really bad. And it makes sense. Those board games are meant, like the pieces are meant to be handled and stuff, so they're not really looking for paint quality sculpts. But man, it makes the painted experience so much better when your models can be really detailed. If you want to, you know. Healing was my only problem because I can't fit Mushroom Mancer in my build. I mean, if you really wanted to, you could. Let's be real here. There's more options for adding Mushroom Mancer to the build than there ever was before. Mushroom Mancer is so good, and it's really good against Zoshia. Because all you need, it's a longer hunt than what you've been doing in all of Wilds, and so having some more healing available helps out a ton. Okay. It's kind of goofy looking, but we're going to add some shading to this in a little bit. So it'll look fine. We'll tone down the gray just a tad. But here, can I hold it up this way for you guys? That's kind of hard to see. It's gray, though. I mean, it's not a bright gray. It's a dark gray. But we got what we wanted there. If you were to have a themed birthday party like when you were kids, what theme would you be? Last year, I did a Hobbit themed birthday party. Legitimately. Had all my family come dressed up as hobbits. My wife and I went and got hobbit costumes from the thrift store. That was fun. I told my wife this year I'd love to do a Monster Hunter birthday party, but ultimately I was like, I don't really want to convince my wife to cook in the kitchen all day to get the Monster Hunter feast and all that, so I didn't do it. But that'd be fun. Ghost themed Grey Knights, that's cool. I like that. Yeah, like the Ghost Army. That's fun. That's fun. The perfect Tales Samar moment. You're watching it. This is Tales Samar to a T. Oh, I missed a little claw spot there. Bummer. Okay, we gotta get back in there with this. Whoopsie. Chat, how you doing? Are you enjoying stream? Are you having a good day? I suppose if you weren't enjoying stream, you wouldn't be here. I forget that people can just leave if they want to, you know? There we go. There was some primer on my claws down there, but I think I got them. We're good. I see some spots of brown I missed now, too. Okay. Okay. Sounds so fun. Yeah, the Hobbit party was awesome. Loved it. We had costumes, and my brother-in-law did like a feast, and then my wife made carrot cake, which is my favorite cake. I love carrot cake. And then oh man, I should show you pictures if I have them still. My dad talked to a friend of mine who had a Gandalf the Grey costume that he wore at a Halloween party a few years ago. So my dad sent him a message that said, hey, can I borrow that Gandalf costume? So my dad came dressed as Gandalf. It was awesome. He looked great. And then my mom bought elf ears that you put on the edges of your ears and gave those out to everybody. So everyone was wearing elf ears for the party too. It was really fun. It's a good time. Enjoyed that a lot. Okay, we got that done. I think I'm going to put a little wash on these toes. I don't think I need a wash on the rest of the model, though. I should tell you what a wash is, just in case you don't know. A wash is a type of paint, acrylic paint, that is really watered down. Here's one right here, actually. 500-point mini tournament coming up. Oh, sick. It's one of my goals with the Tyranid army to go to a tournament someday, but I've had the models for like 4 years and I've not done a single like battle with them. So I don't know when that's happening, but someday. This stuff right here is Mini Painter's like secret weapon. And you can make your own, but I'd rather just buy it because making it's kind of annoying for me. I get the consistencies wrong. But what this does, it's really watered down. It's not like the paint is on here. It's basically like snot. Like it just runs a lot. And what it does is when you paint it over the model, it seeps into the corners and in the like crevices of your model and then dries. And this one's black dried, so it dries black, so it adds shadow. It's awesome. Normally you'll take your model and do all the base coating and then just put this over everything. And it tints everything darker and it shades all the shadow parts black and it makes your model look awesome. And then you go over it again and lighten up the edges. But Barath is looking pretty good without the Nuln Oil on it. I don't think we're going to need it. I think that it's looking pretty good without it. I am going to put it on the claws, though, just to shade those up a bit. And then maybe I'll do like a test spot up here to see if we need it in these. Because Nuln Oil works really good on armor plates like this because of all the crevices. So we'll see. I'll give a little test spot, see what it hurts here. See what we can do. You painting kicked my motivation to high gear. Heck yeah. Love to hear that. Glad I can help. Breeze is going to Netherlands. Nice. Sounds fun. What are you doing there? Okay. And these things have a history of falling over and spilling all over the place. So I'm going to be very careful. I've not done that yet, but I don't really want to join the ranks of those who have had that happen to them either. Okay. It's kind of bubbly from me shaking it. Hey, Donkey Ching. How we doing? Good to see you, friend. That'll work. That'll work great on the claws. Just add to make it blend a little bit better. Oh, I'm off camera again. I'm sorry. It's hard for me to hold this. There we go. More going here. Here we go. And maybe I do want to run some more of this over the model. It's actually getting into some of the details that are on the model sculpt that, you know, I don't have to individually paint. There's like some lines and stuff that are on the model that this stuff is seeping into, which adds some good detail. I might go over specific parts of the model with this because it helps out a lot to bring out those crevices, you know. Okay, let's get this over here. Especially like on the feet and stuff, because you're digging in the mud already anyways. It doesn't hurt to have some more dark spots here. Now the downside with the wash is that after you put wash on, it's really watery. It's runny. It takes like 10 minutes to dry, maybe a little longer. And if you don't let it dry, then it just gets all over the place and messes up your colors and everything. So that's part of the reason why I don't want to run this on the whole model, because I hit my camera, because then we have to wait. But I brought some other models out too that we can work on. I think I might do some more with this though. This is looking really good. I can see it running into all the crevices here. It's gonna bring out all these details big time. Dang, dude. I was wrong about this. I should have just done this from the start. This is perfect. Doing a little butt paint here. We've all had those days, right? Yes, you're going to be a paint stream as well? I'm not sure. I'm thinking about it. But I don't know. We'll see. Do you want it to be? What do you think? Should it be? We don't need to get the shading on the underbelly that much because we're never going to look at it. So it doesn't really matter that much. We want to keep it up on the top. Oh, my phone alarm's going off. My bad. Thought I heard something weird. You want it to be? Nice. Yeah, if people are up for it, then I'm always up for doing more things people want to see, you know? Remember when I said earlier that I wasn't going to run this this null over this whole thing? I immediately take it back. It's looking really good. It helps out a lot. It just helps with the shadows. And the shadows are what are going to make this model like pop. To see all of these armor plates with deep shadows in the crevices is going to make a big difference. Especially since the next step that we do after all of this dries to make it pop even more is we don't add shadow to the piece, we add the light, which makes all these edges come to life. And if I was really dedicated, I would do the edge highlighting of every single scale on this guy. But that would take me like 100 hours. The next 100-hour challenge would be painting all the edge highlights on all these scales. There we go. Okay. Got a little bit more butt paint I got to put on, and then we got it. Hindquarters here under the tail too. Oh, upside down we go. We don't have to be too crazy here because people are never going to look at it this way, but just to get some of the edges figured out. Okay, Do I need to do the dark? Okay, we're just gonna hit the crevices with this. We're not gonna hit the whole thing. Just all those deep pockets. We're gonna hit with this. Oh, you can't even see what I'm doing here. Hold on. There we go. Just the pockets. The edges don't need it up here because it's already a dark color. Almost got it. Nice. Okay. And we set him to dry. And we do not touch him. We do not touch him, Sam I am. Exciting. Plus it's the monster theme. Exactly. That's the benefit of painting these models versus other ones. Nice to have a calm stream sometimes. Me too. Yeah, I like it too. You know, I'll tell you up front, chat. I said this earlier at the start of stream. I was really worried about this stream. Because I'm not, like, I like painting. I think painting's a fun activity. But I'm not, like, all in all the time painting. I don't do it constantly, you know? It's been a while. It's been a while since I painted. But it feels good to be here, you know? Good time. Donkey Ching did an unexpected 22-hour shift. Holy crap. That's a long time. Yikes. Can I DM you a picture of my Eldari? Yeah, of course. Always. That'd be great. You want to go on vacation? Yeah, me too. My wife has set vacation days this year because she has a real job now. And so we don't know if we're going to be able to go on vacation this year or not because it depends on what we want to do. Versus before, we could just up and leave, you know? I'm just doing this to save my paints, okay? I'm not done. We gotta let this guy dry for a bit, so we'll chat for a minute here while he's drying. I'll put him here so you guys can look at him while he's drying. You guys are literally watching paint dry now. Got him. That was the whole stream. See you later. I just wanted to see you guys watch paint dry. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Can't we see the full thing? We might get pretty close to finishing them today, except for maybe the base. The base takes a long time to dry for the stuff I use for it, so we might not get around to that. Never really got into painting. It's fun. It's fun. The act of just painting alone isn't enough for me. I'm not a big fan of painting just by itself, but being able to watch something come together and then, you know, use it on a board game or have places to show it and stuff, that's really exciting. I enjoy that a lot. So, quality entertainment, that's right. That's super funny. Oh, I love it. Okay. Well, we could spend some time working on this little guy. This is the Joyototus Charge Blade Hunter in the board game. And I've got most of the base coat done. I did this a long time ago. It's just been sitting on a shelf waiting to be finished. The base is all done. The base coats are done, but I don't have the details done yet. So I might work on this guy in a little bit here. I do want to take just a quick break though from painting, and we could chat for a little bit. But we'll get some of these details done, because if I finish this guy up today and I've got the Switch X guy done, that would be awesome. Hey Thomas, how we doing? Good to have you. Parkside students, hello. Hello, welcome. For those wondering too, these are just prescription bottles. I took the tags off because you guys don't need to see what my wife and I are on prescription for, or were on anyways. But these are the perfect size for putting based models on. And I just stick them to the base here with 3M double-sided tape. That's just double-sided 3M tape, and I just stick an edge of the base onto it. And then it doesn't fall off, right? And then I have something to hold on to while I'm painting. Because that's a big problem with this guy right now, is just holding onto this rim is kind of difficult to move my hand around while I'm painting. Whereas if you got a big thing to wrap your hand around, paint, it helps out a lot. So I put that on. I put my models on little bottles there for that. The range Dre, how we doing? Hunter looks so good. I've been struggling with the hunters. They're so small. This is what I learned. The skill I learned to paint hunters or to paint models in. So I haven't had too many issues with this, thankfully. The bigger models are honestly easier to paint because you just have more ways to get into the details. This is a finished Switch Axe monster. Or hunter, sorry. Switch Axe hunter. This guy's all done. Thankfully, like I said, I grew up playing the Lord of the Rings tabletop miniature game, and all of the infantry were this size. Everything I owned was this size. So I've had a lot of experience painting things this size, and I think this guy turned out great. The fun part too here, chat, remember this guy is wearing Barroth armor. Yeah? So the colors we use on the Barroth armor should be close to the color that the Barroth is. And you can see right now, it's not done drying yet, but on camera, it already looks darker than it did when we started painting, right? If you go back to the beginning of stream and look at this Barroth model, this thing was a lot brighter, but we added a lot of dark colors and then a shade over it to darken it even more. But this is much brighter. That's because the next step when this dries is to brighten up the Barroth model. And I want to get some of the browns up to almost an orange on it to match the armor. So it would go really well together, you know? So it would look like you actually made the armor from the monster itself. But we've got the dark browns on this guy up on the top of the pieces here and then in the shadows, matching the colors that are in here already, which is great. Hey, Slacksource Rex, how we doing? Good to see you, friend. The Switch Axe monster would be cool. Like, kind of like what they did with Glavenus, but a Switch Axe one. That'd be kind of cool. Could play some wilds while he dries. Yeah, by the time I get it fired up, this guy will be dried, so I don't mind hanging. Like the blending? Thank you. I've done very little, but it works. It's just layering is all it is, you know. The wet blending technique is something I don't really know how to do. I'm not fast enough as a painter to wet blend two colors that are still wet on the model. So this is just layering different colors over the top themselves. So I think it looks the worst up on here, mostly because there's more area to see my mistakes. But on these smaller spots, it actually turned out pretty good. And then all the like crevices on here, that's just a wash. Like where you can see all the like dark brown lines in here. I didn't paint that. That's just the Nuln oil going in that wash. And then I used highlights on the edges to get the details on there. So yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. How's my weekend? Pretty good. I had some interesting things happen this weekend. So Saturday I streamed, which you guys knew. And then later that day, I had a group that I met online, random people. I don't know who they are in person, but they're looking to start a Paint Hunter figure. I know, that's how I dab paint off, yeah. I had a group I met who started a Minecraft Create Mod server, multiplayer server. And it started on Saturday night, and I was up till like 11 o'clock playing. It was so fun. It's people I had never met before, but I got conversation with and got to talk and just get to know them more, as well as do some Minecraft building. I really enjoyed that. Had a hard time sleeping Saturday night, so I was so excited to keep playing. Woke up early Sunday, played Minecraft, and then I went and played cards with friends of mine all day, and then came back Sunday night and got all streams set up. And then I played Minecraft last night and got all my create tools ready to go and everything. It's coming out really well. So that was my weekend, and I loved it. And today I'm doing this, which is great. And then after stream, I'm gonna get some lunch, and I've gotta work on my 100 hunts videos and getting some of that edited and figured out. I also have a new video for you guys today too, for Clue the Better Hunters are higher tiered members, and it'll come out for everybody else tomorrow. But I've got videos to work on and edit, but then once I'm done editing for a little while, then I'll get back on Minecraft to do some more of that. But pretty fun. Hope your weekend was good. DC Big, how we doing? Welcome. Haven't been able to watch much, trying my best to remain spoiler free. That's all good. That's how it should be. Hope you're well and can't wait to play the game with the next game with you sometime. Yeah. I would love that. It'd be fun. I would love that. Be awesome. Hope you're enjoying Wilds. I'm looking forward to hearing how things finish up with you with the game too. Hey Dylan, how we doing? Painting's going well. Here's the Barroth. We're waiting for the wash that we put on to dry. There's still a bunch of wet spots on it, but It's drying. It's getting there. And then we're going to brighten this guy up. He's going to look a lot different. Chat, you're going to want to take like a mental picture of this guy right now, because the next steps we do are the most exciting for me, because it makes everything lighten up and get brighter. It's going to look awesome. If I do it right, obviously. Your weekend was just Elden Ring? Nice. That's fun. That's great. Those games are too scary for me. I need to play them, though. I think I'd like them in terms of the type of game they are, but they're just too freaky. Too many nightmares for games like that for me. With Flash or without Flash? Whatever you'd like. There's a lot of light on here already from my stream setup, but I wish my camera, I've got a Google Pixel 8. It does macro photography. It focuses and everything, but the app I use to be able to stream it does not do macro. And so it's just blurry when it's too close, which is sad. So I'll get some proper pictures of this thing when I'm done, and we'll look at some details. What's up, Amy? Hey, Lone Star. Good to see you both. Howdy. I reject that proposal. I call dibs on you playing the Kingdom Hearts series first. I had the Kingdom Hearts. I've never finished it. I think I played through the first half of number 1, and I watched a friend of mine play part of number 2, and that's it. Yeah, I've heard enough of the words deep freeze to know what Kingdom Hearts is. When's the next open lobby Monster Hunter Wild stream? Saturday, 9 a.m. Central. Saturday. Yeah, I don't know how much we'll be doing Monster Hunter gaming today, because I've got some models to paint. Maybe tomorrow we will. We'll see. But Saturday for sure, we're playing Wild's open lobby. That'll be my birthday stream too. You have to come in and say happy birthday to me, chat. Oh, you know what? This is a good time to show you my refrigerator. Have you painted any other figures yet? Yeah. I've got this one done. This is my Switch Axe model. The Hunter is all done. Yeah, I'll get the other side too. Kind of hard to see on the camera here, I know. If I had a proper like $3,000 camera, you'd be able to see every detail of this thing, but I don't. I have a phone. You work with what you got, you know. That guy's done. And then this guy is the Charge Blade model, and he's almost done. The base coat's on, and the wash is on. I just need to go over and do the highlights. And then this guy's done. But he's pretty close. I suppose she's pretty close. This is the female armor. Turned out pretty good. Angel Guard, how we doing? Good to see you. Theater's been pretty hectic the last couple weeks, but I have some time, so I wanted to pop in my head in. Yeah, sounds good. Happy to have you here. Thanks for hanging. You guys want to see what my wife planned for me for my birthday while this piece dries? So, okay, here's what's gonna happen, chat. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna fly, okay? We're gonna fly. And I'm not gonna be able to see the messages in chat till I get back to my computer, okay? So I'm just gonna keep. Oh, I want to have a mic. I lied, chat. We can't do it. We can't do it. Okay. Because you won't be able to hear me. All right. I'll tell you what my wife did then. All right. So my wife, my fantastic wife, who is fantastic. That's what fantastic means. She planned a birthday surprise for me. I know very little details of it. You're scared of heights? My bad. I put you down. You're good. She planned a birthday surprise for me, and I found part of what the birthday surprise is last night. She showed me, but I put you back. Don't worry. I'm not kidnapping nobody. So on the fridge, my wife put up a quest board. Literally, there's side quests, optional quests, and main quests. And all of the quest names are Monster Hunter quest names. Right now, my wife has not played Monster Hunter. She doesn't know. So she has a quest that's named Chatlog. That's not a quest. But it is something that's in Monster Hunter. But one of the quests is named Tickled Pink. I knew that one right away because that's an Anjanath quest from World. And those are Those quest names are written on envelopes, and they're magneted. They're held by magnets on my fridge in envelopes with the quest name, and then whether it's optional or story quest. And I'm not allowed to do any of them until Thursday on my birthday. I have to get through the story quests by the end of the day, and the optional quests are in addition. And so I can do that in addition to the day if I want to, if I have time, or if I want to, whatever. One of the quests is called what's it called, the greatest catch of all time or something like that, which is totally a fishing quest. So I think my wife's gonna have me fishing on Thursday, but that's an optional quest based on time, so we'll see if I get there. But I've got a quest thing that I'm doing Thursday for my birthday while my wife is at work, and then when she gets home, we're going out for dinner for my birthday to celebrate my birthday Thursday. Be pretty fun. Be super excited if you played Kingdom Hearts. The story's really good, although I understand it's not for everyone when it comes to gameplay. Yeah, I've played the game. It's fun. I don't have any plans to go down the Kingdom Hearts route currently, but I wouldn't say no to it. I think that it's a long-term plan thing. If I were to do that, because I would love to do some games on the channel too beyond Monster Hunter. I've been thinking through that a lot lately of like, if I were to do that, when would I start? When would I even start doing non-Monster Hunter games on the channel? I just started doing this Minecraft create server, and part of the application process to get in that server was asking, do you do YouTube or streaming? Because they wanted to make sure you were comfortable being on camera. Not that you had to be comfortable, but like you leave the people who aren't comfortable out of the videos, And because of that, I was like, well, they're kind of expecting video to happen here, so maybe I'd do a little bit of Minecraft streaming, I don't know. I've been thinking about that. I'm not all in on it for content, but it'd be fun. And part of it is like, people come to this channel to watch Monster Hunter, not necessarily to watch me. And there are a lot of people who do watch me. I'm not saying that's not the case, but most people don't. And that doesn't hurt my feelings. That's just YouTube. And so if I switch off of Monster Hunter, it's gonna drive some people crazy, in terms of like knowing what does this guy even make. You can see the evidence of that today. I mean, you could look at the viewer numbers today versus other streams I do. I mean, there's like there's 2/3 less people here today than there normally is. I'm not bothered by it at all. It doesn't hurt I'm glad y'all are here. But there are a lot of people who are here to watch me play Monster Hunter, not paint Monster Hunter. There are a lot of people who are on this channel to watch me play Monster Hunter, not paint it. So when I paint it, they're not around. And so switching gears to do different content is really scary for me, because I do got to do some things that people want to see so that I can keep doing YouTube, Hey, Nari, how we doing? Good to see you. Welcome to stream. It's your birthday today, Paul? Paul, I've got something for you. Hold on, let me get it. Oh, I clicked the wrong button there. Here we go. Hold on. Here we go. This one? Yeah. Paul, happy birthday. I hope your day is fantastic and that you enjoy it a ton. I made a video for you. It's in chat. I made it just for you. Don't worry about all the views on there. Those are just people who watched it to see if it was good enough to send to you. Happy birthday, friend. What do you think of Monster Hunter Frontier? I can't do Monster Hunter Frontiers safely right now because I'm a content creator for Capcom. I'm part of the Capcom creator program, and they're not a big fan of modded content, and Frontier is modded content. It only exists because of modded content. So I can't do Frontier here safely. If they would go out and fully say, hey, you can play Frontier, it's fine, then I would do it. But I'm not interested in risking that right now. Here to look at a laughing mushroom and be happy and do funny stuff. I appreciate that. It's nice of you. That's nice of you. Yeah, that's just how YouTube works. I like I said, I'm not unhappy about it. That's just how it is. I don't mind it at all. It's just a scary prospect to switch gears out of nowhere, I don't want to freak people out. This model looks so different right now because of that shade. I wonder if I can get this on the camera. That's a decent shot. So I know it's his butt cheek, chat, but right here, let me get a pointer. Right here, he's very close to done drying, Adnan. There's just a little bit left, but mostly done. We're gonna get our paint colors figured out here now. You see his butt cheek right here? And right here, do you see that really thick line that makes a little loopy right here? Right that? I didn't paint that. That's part of the sculpt. There's armor pieces that are going into his skin here. And the reason why you can see it is because that wash we just put on the model seeped into that crack and dried and made it black or dark, right? That's why we could see that. And that's happening on all of, there's like little bumps here. You can kind of see those bumps here on the light. My paintbrush in the way. Let's go this way. See the bumps right here? We can only see those bumps because of the wash, because the wash went over the top of those bumps, seeped around the sides because it's a big dome, you know, and it dried around the edges of the bumps. That's why we could see it. Isn't that awesome? So that's why the wash is so powerful on model painting, is it brings out all these details we never would have saw. Now the goal is to not paint over those shadow spots. And so we're done painting shadow on Barath. We're going to paint all the highlights now so that we can retain the shadow that the wash did. The wash does even better in these big thick pieces up here, right? So if we look at these armor plates right here, you can see the lines in the armor going horizontally here, and this vertical line, that's a cut in the sculpt, and we can see it because of there's a big thick black line of paint in the sculpt because of the wash. And so now we can see that, that wash is just fantastic. It'll level up your painting game a ton. And now what you can't see, it's a little hard anyways, right here, this armor piece right here, you can see the little glint of light coming off. There's still wet paint from the wash in some of these cracks, just a little bit. And so I can't start painting this yet until these back. This is the last part we painted though, so this is the last part that'll dry. I see a big wet spot here too. But once those wet spots are gone, then we get to add the highlights on all of these, which is gonna look sick. So while this is drying, I'm gonna get my paints out. We're gonna use that same flat brown here. And by that, I lied. We're actually gonna use it's a leather brown. It's got a little bit more orange in it to highlight the edges of these. But we're gonna leave this flat brown the same color it is, and all the cracks, the dark color. We probably won't do much with the dark brown up at the top, except use this flat brown to edge highlight all of these to make it look like there's sunlight hitting the top of this. And then we'll go in with the eyes and the teeth here. And that'll be pretty much it for the model, which will be awesome. Be super good. He has so many subs now. We have a ton. 33,000. We're getting big, you know? Good to see you, Rebel. I watched Tales for the possibility of the chops coming back. I don't know about that. I don't think that's gonna happen. The chops we had last time, my wife and I both said at the end of that, the chops aren't that great. They were fun for a while, but they're not that great. Woo! President beat Kashala from the board game the other day. Ooh, nice. That's awesome. I have not even played the board game yet, Paul. I want to play it. I don't fully understand the rules. And my wife, bless her heart, she would play with me, but she's not like diehard Monster Hunter board game fan. And so I'm trying to find some people to play with. But I would like to learn how to play. That'd be great. Thought this was a family-friendly stream? It is a family-friendly stream. Did I say something? If I did, it was unintentional. Washing is important. That it is. That it is. Washing gives you bumps. Don't do it. The bumps are always there. Washing exposes the bumps. Oh, heck. I mean, I'm here to bully you and make fun of your silly face. I knew that, Goose. That was always there. I think playing a different game versus painting and playing no game isn't the perfect comparison. You should play what you want and test the waters, though. Yeah, I'm actually getting into that. Like, people are asking me what I'm doing tomorrow for stream, right? I don't fully know, because part of it is just play Monster Hunter Wilds. That's easy and safe. The other part of it is like, maybe I play some Minecraft and mix it up. Maybe I paint again because people are liking the painting stream. Maybe I branch out, try some new things that I haven't done on stream before. I don't know. I've been doing Monster Hunter for almost 2 years straight to this point, and it's hard to get out of the comfy Monster Hunter slot that I'm in, you know. But I also ultimately, and if this is news to you, Chad, I don't mean to scare you. This is how it is. Ultimately, I don't want to be a Monster Hunter only channel. I love Monster Hunter. It's a really fun game. I want to keep playing Monster Hunter, but I play a lot of games, like in general. And I would love to play all of them on stream and make videos about them and all that stuff. But I know that YouTube doesn't work well that way, unfortunately. And so you got to make some cuts here and there, you know. What anime has the worst cliffhangers? I have no idea. Board game, more like board game? Oh, man. Dylan, come sit out of my face. That's when I was showing the model's undercarriage. As long as it's called an undercarriage, it's still family friendly, right? I should have put a blur on screen if I could do that. If I was that fast, I would have put a blur on screen. That would have been great. What games are on your to play list? Civ 7 is one I already play. It's just not on the channel for videos. Minecraft. Those are my top 2 currently. I would love to do some Stardew Valley with everybody. That'd be fun. I don't know if you guys have seen Loop Hero before, but I love that game. Enter the Gungeon is a game that I love to play. Borderlands 4, when that comes out, I would love to stream. I love Borderlands. I didn't like the 3rd game. I never played Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, but I think I would like it, but I didn't want to play it by myself. But with the announcement of Borderlands 4, I'm like, I might have to give that a shot. We'll see. So like that's just a few off the top of my head. You know, I'm not necessarily looking to play a new game every week, but having a rotation of games to play on stream and try out would be fun. So that'll get us started anyways. All right, we got to do a little test here because I'm worried that this leather brown I put on right here is too bright. It might be the perfect bright, like highlight, like the highest highlight spot, but I think I need to mix this with some of this brown first and go a little bit lower. I'm also using a smaller brush now here too, chat, to get more details in because I've got a finer point. Now, the problem is that this will take a little bit longer than normal, but you had 4,000 hours on Stardew. Nice work. You and Proceed are in similar hours. Proceed told me that they're at over 3,000 right now. It's crazy. I like Stardew. I would play Stardew on stream and really enjoy it a lot. Playing solo for me is tough. Once I get sprinklers in the game, I kind of run out of steam. But having more things to do with people is what keeps me really motivated. Minecraft is pretty high on my list of games I would love to stream because I want to get better at that game in terms of building, but I'm not the best at that game at building, so learning together on stream and hanging out with people would be awesome. That looks great. It maybe is a little bit too dark. Let's go just a little bit lighter here. Because it looks too much like the flat brown that I'm already using. I want it to look different. Yeah, that'll look good. Okay, let's unload this brush. And then dry it off, or wash it off here. Okay, here we go. Came for the monster, but stay for the good commentary and channel vibe. Think you'd be able to branch out and do well. Thank you. I appreciate encouragement that way because ultimately, like, I want to be someone to watch that people have fun watching, you know. And I don't really want to be the loud, crazy streamer that's, you know, obnoxious. I don't want to be obnoxious. That's what I'm hoping to avoid. Chat here, we're not painting over everything, right? We're just getting the highlights here. So I want to grab all these ridges that are sticking up in the sky. We're imagining that the sun's pointing down this way, yeah? And so I'm painting all these ridge high points just on the edges. And it's not going to look like much now, but the more we do, the more this orangey brown is going to come out and look awesome. The goal is to not be obnoxious. when I stream. And I'm not saying I'm fully unobnoxious too, because you guys know I get loud when things get exciting, but I don't want to have like the Vine boom sound playing every 5 seconds, and the meme sound effects constantly and all that, because it's obnoxious. A well-placed sound effect is good, and I don't even use sound effects on stream really. I thought about maybe getting a few for those specific moments where it's really good, but currently I'm just not up for being that kind of streamer. It's for a different audience, and I don't really want to be in that pool. And there's an audience for everything, so you got to find the right people who want to watch the right things. And right now, people come to my stream because I do Monster Hunter stuff, and that's great. I love it. It's been a big risk for me to decide to get out of Monster Hunter if I'm going to, and I'm scared to pull that trigger. Like, I know you guys encourage me a lot, but the people who come to my live streams to watch my stuff are probably the most dedicated viewers on this channel. And I appreciate your input a ton. It makes a really big difference when I think through, like, what do I want to be doing? I do have to think about those who don't come to stream, though, too, because there's a huge number of those people. And even though they may not be the most dedicated watchers to everything I do, the sheer size of that group makes a big splash in decision making. I would love to have it so that the sheer size of my most dedicated watchers are bigger than otherwise, but that's just not the case right now. Looking pretty nice, chat. Is it 3D printed? Nope, this is from the Monster Hunter board game from Steamforged Games. This is an official product. So I'm barely painting this thing, chat. I'm literally just grabbing the highlight spots, the high points, and globbing paint on there. I'm not grabbing every single spot on here because I like the brown color that we did earlier. I want to keep that. If I didn't like it, then I should have changed the color earlier. And so if I paint over it, then I lose it all, right? So I just want to get all the spots that the sun's gonna hit. And we painted this dark on purpose, so I don't want to put this light color over the top of this, because I want to put my flat brown back over the top of the edge of this one. So I'm just trying to find those plates that are gonna hit the sun, the skin that's gonna hit the sun, and give it some lighter brown, I gotta wash my brush here in a second. This is the album I wanted to skip earlier. So once this brush dries, then I'm gonna change the music. I don't think this is really good painting music. I want to get it really brown. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. And this isn't even as bright as we're gonna go. We're gonna go brighter than this. It's gonna be great. Chad, I'll catch your messages in a second here. I'm trying to use this paint up. Sorry, I'm not avoiding your messages. I just gotta get this paint on the model first before the brush dries. Up here too. Yeah. Perfect. Looking good. We can grab a little bit of this here. A little bit of the cheeks. Not crazy on the cheeks, just a little bit. Because this is more exposed skin than it is armor plates. So I wanted to feel like it's a more tender spot, which obviously a butt cheek is a pretty tender spot on any creature. Avert your eyes if you're underage here for Barroth's butt cheek. You gotta get into the little bit here as well. Okay, that'll do. All right, let's watch this up here. Oh my gosh, Donkey Ching. Thank you so much. Seven chat for Donkey Ching, everybody. Thanks for the super chat. That's very kind of you. Started on the first 100 monsters video. Thanks for the content, Tails. Oh yeah, anytime. Might not always make it live, but I'll always go back and watch videos. Oh yeah, that's no problem. That's no problem. I have a crazy stream schedule. I have a lot of content that goes on the channel, so I don't expect anybody to be able to watch everything. Yeah. Don't feel bad about that. I appreciate you being here anytime you can make it. Thanks, Donkey Ching. Nice of you. Thank you. Dude, I don't watch this channel just because it's Monster Hunter. I find you very entertaining. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's really nice of you. I really, really do appreciate that a lot. It means a ton to me. Thank you. Appreciate the encouragement. See if we can get a side-by-side here. It's a little hard to see in this lighting. But maybe, can I turn some of this lighting down? Let's see if I can do this quick. Can I do this? Yeah, that'll do a little bit. Actually, it's the wrong light, though. This one? Nope. Whoa. Okay, that'll do it. Just for now. I'll turn the lights back on. Do you see how bright this side is compared to this side? That brown? We just added orange highlights to all of these edges, and it's making this model like pop. And we're gonna add more as we go. Yeah, we're all here for the cheeks. Yeah, exactly. So we're gonna do this side in a little bit, but I want to finish up. Actually, we're gonna do this side next because I want to use up this paint. But we're gonna keep adding highlights to the edges of these little tender spots. And then we'll get into the highlights here in a little bit. Okay, there we go. It's looking good. What's your thoughts of doing streams where you play games that chat can add some chaos? I would love to do that. Have you guys done Jackbox games before? I love Jackbox games, and they're like the perfect party game for like large groups of people, you know? I would love that. There's also games that has Twitch support in them where you know, Twitch viewers or whatever can type a command in and it adds, you know, more mobs to the game and stuff like that. Not every game can do that, but there are games that can. I always thought that was a great idea. Monster Hunter is not supported for that, unfortunately, so we couldn't do that there. But like Borderlands had that function with Borderlands 3, and it would be surprising to me if they didn't bring that back. I would love to see Borderlands 4 content if I were to stream that, to do streaming with that. The problem with that stuff, though, there's only one downside, is that that's a Twitch thing mostly, sadly. And I stream on YouTube mostly, but I do have Twitch up, obviously, and it wouldn't be that big of a deal to be like, hey, if you want to affect the stream, swing over to the Twitch channel just for this game or whatever. But yes, I think that stuff sounds super fun. I would love to do that. There's a game I was playing a while back too, Cult of the Lamb. You guys ever heard of that one? It's a roguelike. Really goofy game. But it had Twitch support too, and I thought that would be really fun to try, but I wasn't streaming back then when I had that, but I remember them talking about having Twitch support on there. I brought it up because that's another game I played that had Twitch support that did that. I was gonna change this playlist. Give me a second here. Is it here? No, it's here. There we go. Monster Hunter, but if you say the word monster, it spawns in the last round. Yeah, exactly. I would happily do that stuff. I think that's so funny. Yep, I'm all for that. Okay. There's a little bit of a weird transition here. I think I need to paint this thing back brown. The regular brown. Because I think I might have misdid that plate there. Otherwise, this is all turning out really good. I need to get some of these ridges here. Sorry, this is hard to see. Some of these ridges here. Kind of go being finicky. Might not be the right move, but we can come back if we need to. So far, so good. We're all here for the chuckles. That's nice, yeah. I like to chuckle. Real tender cheek place. Oh my god. Some Barroth booty. You didn't know you'd see Barroth booty today, did you, chat? All right, let's get some of these here. Oh, that's hard. You can't see that on camera at all. I want to get these cheek spots here. Maybe these are the lamb chops of the Barroth, kind of. Up here. That is hard to see. This is hard to hold to get this on camera, so forgive me, chat. I don't know how to do this here. That. A little bit there. It's by the teeth here. Just the high points of the... Okay, there we go. Okay, up here. All right. Let's get this arm. Pokemon super funny. It's a pretty funny game. Yeah, I enjoyed my time with it. I wanted more stuff in the game that was more roguelike and less sacrificing your villagers. Sacrifice your villagers is super funny, and I'm glad that that mechanic was part of the game, but it became like the most part of the game and not a really like fun combat experience for the roguelike. That was part of the reason I stopped, was like kind of samey after a while, but the idea for Cult of the Lamb is so good, and it's even better with the Twitch support because it lets you rename your your villagers after your Twitch chat. So funny. Hey, Cat Evil, how we doing? Risk of Rain 2? Yeah, I actually started on YouTube playing Risk of Rain 2. That was my very first channel with a couple friends of mine. I've done a ton of Risk of Rain 2 on stream. That game's fantastic. And I'm being difficult here on Risk of Rain 2 on purpose. The updates they made to the game, not a fan. I probably won't get back into it. I liked the old Risk of Rain better, and then they messed with the formula too much. Not a big fan of it anymore. But great game, though. It had its heyday, a really good heyday. Sad where it's at now, but it was awesome for a long time. Man, how many hours do I have in that game? I must have multiple hundreds of hours on that game. Watch out for the Barroth booties, chat. Okay, how's that? We got a little bit of more cheek action we gotta do here. Gotta go, Breeze. Sounds good. Thanks for hanging. Great to have you here. We'll catch you later. This is risky. I should be dry brushing this. I should have dry brushed it. Bummer. Okay, we'll have to fix that. Because the wash worked really well there and I just covered it all up. That's fine though. We'll make do. It's paint. All right, we just got to get on top of his toes here. And then we'll move on to the next highlight color. This is coming together really well though. What if Monster Hunter was made by FromSoft? Then you'd have Elden Ring. That's just all it is, right? It's the same game. Nice. Very happy. Very happy. Watch this out here. Hey, Skoy, what's up, dude? How you doing, friend? We're painting a Barroth, yeah? We're putting the color on him. How's painting the Muddy Train going? Very well. He looks way better than he did at the start of stream. And he's only going to get better. He looks really, really good. I was going to dry brush this, but I don't think I'm going to anymore. I think I'm just going to go over the edges I've done. I think he's looking great. So we've got... Here's your... This is all shades of brown, chat. This has been 50 Shades of Brown with Barroth. Dark brown here. There's like a chocolatey brown underneath this lighter brown right here. And then a more like milky brown kind of here. And now we're going to go a little orange on the edges to really make that color pop. Remember our reference photo? I'll put it on screen here. See how bright this is compared to where I'm at? My guy's dark compared to this guy because we need to add some more orange instead of brown into the very top highlights of this to get this really bright pop here, to get this. And the other reason we want to do that, remember, is because the hunter, remember the Switch Axe guy? The Switch Axe guy has orange on the armor that I painted already. So we want to add orange onto the Barroth too. So it looks like that this armor was made from Barroth, right? So that's what we're going to do next. Let's go. It's not going to be straight orange, although there may be spots where we'll do straight orange later, but we're going to go more of an orangey brown next. Look great. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, he's looking awesome. I like him a lot. It's looking really good. This is the part of the model painting that I enjoy, is the finishing part. Because then you actually get to see what you're making, you know? Where all the parts leading up to this part are a drag for me. Because it's just so much work, you know, to get here. Now, if we paint over the exact same spots in the exact same way with this brown, then we lose the last brown. So we really want to get just the parts on the edges where the sun's going to bounce, where the light's going to bounce, and not cover up all the stuff we just did. Because otherwise, why'd we paint that, you know? So we're going to get just the edges of all of these armor pieces. And my paint is too thick right now. Here we go. Just on the edges. Just looking for the corners. Can you guys see that okay? Oh, you can. Oh, yeah! It's popping on camera really good now. You can see where I'm putting this orange brown on. It's just on the edges, right? And really, like, I should be doing some more edges this way, too. This is hard to do this way because of how the armor is made. Sculpted. Like that. There we go. I should be dry brushing this to make this easier, but I'm fine with this. It looks good. Get these little high points here. Get the high points down here now. My brush might be too thick for this. It's not. We're fine. Just wrong angle. Sorry, chat. I gotta concentrate here. I'm a little quiet. This one's a little bit more detailed. Yeah, now we're doing it. Right on the edges here. Edges here. Okay, here's a big spot sticking out. Some over here. Dude. This is the most encouraging part of the whole process. Just the highlight. Just the edges. Look at that, huh? You're gonna look for a bit? Sounds good. No worries. Great to have you, Skoy. Good to see you. Looking forward to the results of our conversation we had earlier today, too, by the way. One, that Barrett looks amazing. Thank you. Two, sadly I have to bounce. No worries, Alpha. Take it easy. Have a good one. Great to have you here today. We'll catch you later, okay? Nervous for no reason? Yeah, I know. That's... Welcome to Anxious Tales. I know maybe that's hard to hear, but I'm just a normal person. I get anxious too, and this isn't something that I'm like... I've never done this kind of content before, you know? I've done painting before, but on camera I've never done it before, so I get nervous about it. I want it to be a fun time for everybody, and OBS just DC'd for a second. Are y'all there? Still here, yeah? Okay, we wanted to get on his face here. Just a little bit. His face is the most tender spot of his body, probably, besides his butt cheeks. And we don't really want to focus on his butt cheeks. Some people do, but I'm not that kind of hunter. The tail, yes. The butt cheeks, no. So I want to try to get some of this, like the gums here, a lighter brown. Not the whole thing. You're back? Okay, good. Thanks, y'all. Sorry for the DC. OBS got mad. As OBS does. You guys remember when OBS would do that all the time to me? during the 100-hour challenges. Things sure have changed since the 100-hour challenges when it comes to OBS. OBS updated itself after the all the 100-hour challenges were done, and just fixed all the issues I had during the 100-hour challenges. Like, where was that 3 months prior? They must have been watching my streams. They're like, you know what? We can make this better for Tails. Not a big fan of how this mouth looks right now, but I think it's because we haven't done any shading up here yet. And so this is standing out a lot. We'll fix that when we come back to it. But I think this is looking good. That's kind of all we need to make it stand out. And we're going to do the other side of the Barroth, obviously. But for these brown parts, I think that's it. We'll flip them around here. I'm going to make really careful sure I don't touch any of that stuff on the other side. No, yeah, as my OBS was just like, nah, I'm done for a second. Just taking a break. Good stuff. Okay. More leather brown. More orange brown. Okay, we want to get... I do this to my hand, chat, because if I keep the big, thick blob of paint on the end of my brush, the first thing I touch is just going to make a big explosion of paint. I don't want. So I just get the explosion of paint off on my hand first. So I don't have to worry about it. Then I can get in with these edges really easily without globbing paint. We wanted to glob paint during the first steps when we're base coating. We're no longer base coating, we're highlighting. And so we want to be more detailed, finesse with how we put paint on. And so those globs of paint actually ruin what you're doing. So that's why I put paint on my hands all the time. And it's just acrylic paint. It'll come off with water. I don't have to worry about it. The only downside is if it gets like on your clothes, because if you forget about it, then it can set. But your skin, it'll come off. No big deal. The paint yummy? They haven't made flavored acrylic paint yet. But if they did, I'm sure it would sell out pretty quick. There's no paint on my brush when I put it in my mouth. That's just me getting rid of water that I washed my brush with off the paint, or off the brush. Edge, 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 edge. Paint's drying, we gotta get some more quick. Edge here. There we go. Okay, another edge here. Oh, I did that edge wrong. We just wipe this off, no big deal. The sun's coming from this direction up top, not underneath it. I want the highlight up on the top here. There we go. Ah ha 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 ha. Very nice. Okay. And I need to fix this. I didn't come back and fix this one, and now I've painted over it twice. I need to put the dark paint on that one. This scale is incorrect. Got that painted the wrong color. Stands out too much. Okay. We'll get him. We'll put the cheek back in the frame here. Give you guys something to look at. These high points here. There and there. That's all I need. Maybe a little bit down here. Just a tad. We don't need any butt cheek. We don't want to accentuate that. I don't want to draw attention to it. All of the spots where we put this highlight on is drawing the eye to that spot. We want people to look at these spots. That's why we made it brighter, right? So if we put it on spots where we don't want people to look, it doesn't make any sense because we don't want people to see that to begin with, you know? Like I said, some people like the butt cheeks. I'm not that kind of hunted. I'm not trying to draw the butt cheeks out. Okay, let's get some of these here. Can you guys see that? Yeah. Brush is dry. bit on the edge. There we go. Yeah. Looking good. How about this one here? I missed that from before. A little bit here on the knuckles. Lovely jubbly. Good stuff. Yummy paint. Yeah. Hey, Tape Monster, how we doing? Good to see you. Gel Manual, how we doing? Howdy. Gonna play through a world while listening to you. Yeah. Oh, my voice is soothing. Thank you. Thank you. I was born this way. Great to have you. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, let's paint this one scale that's incorrect because it's bothering me. And then we'll get the details on the top part of Barroth. Mix a little dark brown paint there. That's pretty close. Close enough. We're gonna paint over this one. This scale is not correctly painted. We just go over the top of it. No big deal, yeah? Easy. Oh, and then I ruined it on this side, so I just take my thumb. I can brush that paint off. It's still wet. No big deal. So we saved our highlighting there because I just took my thumb over the top of that. But now that scale is back to correctly painted. Okay. Let's show this sucker off. So if we go back to front here. Is it better on this camera? Oh, it is. That's what I should have done. Look at him. Look at him. Hold on. Here we go. Let me do this. Now we're talking. Now you can see it because my lighting ruined it from the phone, and my phone camera is not that good. Here's what he looks like. Yeah. He's not done yet either. Should paint the entire roster. I'm gonna. Yeah, I've got the first 2 board games from Steamforged, and I've got the whole Iceborne set coming in a Kickstarter. So eventually I will do that. Yep. There's Barroth. Yeah. So here's what happens next, chat. We've got the highlights done on the orange scales. These ones right here. They pop out big time. Yeah? We got to get highlights on the top scales though, because they blend in with the shadow too much. And so we're gonna take the professional. Well done. Thank you. I appreciate that. The that first brown color that we had at the very start of stream that this whole model was painted in, we're gonna take that color and highlight the back spine here, and that'll highlight and bring these scales out so that we can see them, but they won't overpower the highlights of this orange. It's gonna be so good. It's coming out good. So it's not even done yet, but you can see how that highlighting is making such a huge difference. And if I could, I'm not gonna be able to do this well. Hold on. I gotta switch hands. I'm left-handed, so I gotta switch here. Okay, look at that thing. Oh my gosh, it's gorgeous. Take a minute to admire. Do you see how in the brown, the highlighted parts we did, how many shades of brown are on that piece of armor, right? We've got the dark shade from the wash that we did, the regular brown that we started with, and then a lighter shade on the highlights with then a really big pop of bright brown on top. That's 4 shades of brown that we put on to make those armor pieces pop. But that's how light works, right? That's what makes parts of a body or parts of a object pop off, is the light catching all the angles. And so that's what we got to do to make that happen. If we would have just left it one solid color of brown, we never would have been able to see all the detail. You know what I mean? Oh, he looks so good. He looks so good. Yeah, I love it. Looks awesome. All right. Let me get back. Actually, I got to do one thing real fast. We got to let that dry for a second. Chat, do you guys play Pokemon Sleep by chance? Any Pokemon Sleep fans out there? I play Pokemon Sleep. I love the game. It's super fun. And my Snorlax is hungry. I got to feed my Snorlax quick. Give me a second here. While that paint's drying, I'll do that. There is spit all over my camera screen right now because I'm spitting while I talk and it's getting on my phone. That's funny. Hope you guys are enjoying the painting, chat. I'm so proud of myself with this. It's coming out so good. Today has a different energy. I think the paint fumes are getting to us. There's no fumes with this paint. You got nothing to worry about. All water-based. No fumes. Totally safe, except I wouldn't like straight up drink the paint. Yeah, don't huff paint. That's a bad thing. Don't do that. I'm one potato short to feed my Snorlax. I'm just gonna have to deal with it though. I'll have to feed it something else. Seeded basil will be a sick paint. I think it's coming in the Iceborne box. I think that seeded basil's in there. I'll show you what I got a little later. Okay, let's put some of these on there, some of those on there. Oh man, I'm gonna run out of ingredients. The heck? We'll be okay. We'll be okay. Oh, not those. I guess we'll put some of these on. Thanks for your patience, chat. Sorry. There we go. Okay. Snorlax is now fed. Oh, I can't wait to put the highlights on these dark scales because it's gonna make all the difference. It's gonna look so good. And we haven't done the teeth or the eyes yet, but that's like the finishing touches, you know? And we could probably do a little bit on the claws, but I kind of like how the claws look right now. I don't really want to draw more attention to the claws. So I think we're fine. Pokemon Sleep doesn't work when you don't sleep much. Yeah, I didn't sleep much before Pokemon Sleep. Pokemon Sleep's made me sleep better, honestly, because I actually go to bed on time. It's made a difference in my sleep, for sure. Pumped for the Iceborne box, currently waiting on Diablos, but been lazy to finish the details. Diablos is huge, so I understand. It's a big model. Getting that thing finished is a huge feat. I'm scared to do that one, honestly. I'm gonna have to get a bunch of spray paint. Okay, let's jump back into here. Here we are. Okay, Varanth's now dry from all the orange spots. We want to get the regular brown on his spine here, and there's so many details on the spine. I don't know if you can see this here or not. Let's see if I can get a good shot of it. This will work. Do you see how on the scale we can see a line right here, and then there's a bunch of little like tiny lines on each scale here? If I just use globbed on paint on this, it'll cover all those details up, and I want those details really bad. So I'm gonna dry brush this part. I'm gonna dry brush the top part of this shell with that brown to pull out some of these lines that are on the armor. And that's gonna make all of that pop out. We didn't dry brush these parts because we didn't need to. We were only pulling the edges. We could have done a little bit on some of these, but it looks great how it is. But we are gonna dry brush all of this. And that's a whole new technique. I'll show you how that works too. And if you're getting into mini painting, by the way, and you're looking for like the quick start to get going to make things simple and still look good, dry brushing is a really good way to go. Dry brushing makes a massive difference. Now there are other ways to paint that'll get you more detail and stuff, but dry brushing is like a really good, quick way to get details on. Yep. And what I need to, chat, I have to go get some paper towels because I don't have enough here to dry on this on. Give me just a second, okay? I'll put Punchy on screen while I go get some paper towels, and I'll be right back, okay? Give me a second. Where is Punchy at? Here he is. All right, I'm back. Did you know Crow gave you a shout out? I heard that I got a shout out in his video, but I have not gotten to that part of the video yet. I'm only like an hour into his video, so I haven't had time to watch the whole thing yet. I'm pumped to hear it though. Crow's a good guy. I like him a lot. Yeah. Yeah, so the Charge Blade that he played in Wilds happened because I was on one of his streams before he did the video recording for that, and I taught him how to do the shield charging and the SAD and all that stuff. So, yeah. Okay, dry brushing. You load up your brush with the color. So we've got that flat brown on this brush again. Then we take our paper towel and we're wiping all of it off, right? Which feels very wasteful. It kind of is. But the reason why we do that is because we don't want globs of paint to get all the crevices filled. We just want to, like, you see how you can't, there's no paint in the circles here? That's how we want to paint on our model, right? And so there's still paint on here, but it's not heavy. So then we take this bad boy. His name's Baron. Yeah. And we're gonna brush against the ridges to pull out the details. And it's gonna be faint up front, but once we get this going, you'll see it. We want to go against the details so that the brush catches the edges and just leaves a little bit of pigment, a little bit of paint on the details. That's the whole plan here, but still retains the dark color underneath it. We're not painting over the top of the dark color. We're only putting this brown color on the edges of all these armor plates and spots. So it's kind of like the opposite of the wash. The wash is what we did earlier, where it seeps into the... Woo! Oh, okay, here we go. My music stopped because of my phone alarm. Is it going to turn back on now? Hold up. Fixing... There we go. Okay. My phone alarm went off and took over Spotify. It's the opposite of doing the wash. The wash wants to get into the crevices. The dry brush wants to get on all the edges and not go in the crevices at all, which retains the details in the crevices. Oh my gosh, you guys, this looks great. I actually might even want to go lighter on this, which will just add more detail. It's kind of hard to see on this camera. It's because of the phone. I will show it on the big camera here in a second, okay? It's pretty faint, so it might be... All right, I gotta get more. My paint ran out. I need more brown. Load this brush up again. Get our paper towel. You watched the whole thing yesterday? Nice. I had it on in the background while I was getting some Minecrafting, but I didn't have a whole lot of time. I only had like an hour, so eventually I will get around to watching the whole thing. It's pretty fun so far, though. Enjoyable video. That's Crow, though. I mean, Crow's got great content for those 100-day videos he does. I like him a lot. His thumbnails were actually the inspiration that I used to make thumbnails for a while. I can't make thumbnails like him because he pays an artist for them. I don't have the money to pay an artist to do that. But the whole idea of the thumbnail I've used often for inspiration. I think he does a really good job on them. Okay, let's get these up here. And the details now are left and right down here instead of top down because there's lines in here. So I'm just kind of brushing over the sides of it here. We're not going crazy. And then we'll get the edges when it comes back down this way. Okay, and then I gotta turn this guy around because... Oh, I forgot to do the side of this guy too. 1 second. Gotta get all of this. All of this, yeah. Down here, good. And into this here. Looks so good, guys. You guys remember at the start of the stream where I said I was nervous about doing this and all that stuff? I'm so pumped I ended up doing this, y'all. It's making me really happy to see something get finished that I've wanted to finish for a long time. It's nice to make progress, you know. Hey Frog, how we doing? Welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. Thanks for hanging. Yes. Into the crevices here just a little bit. And up here. Okay. And I think I got all this earlier. Just make sure I get the sides. Yeah. And here. Then we just gotta get the front. I need to finish this face too. We'll get into that in a minute. After I'm done with this. Okay. That's good. We're gonna go a little brighter even. We're gonna go a little brighter on that brown. But you can see how those top scales are starting to pop now a little bit. They catch the light a little better. So you can see the Barath scales on the top of them a little more. You can also see the ridge, the crown here, better because we've got lighter brown on the parts that are coming out at you. But I do want to go a little brighter. I don't think it's popping enough for me. And so I'm going to add a little bit of a brighter color to this brown. And we're going to go over it again and do it again. I think it's going to look great. I most assuredly won't ruin this, right? Most show you stream you've been in. Hey, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Thanks for watching. See you, Dr. Ching. Have a good one. Great to have you here. Good to see you again. We'll catch you later, okay? Thanks for hanging out. Okay, so what color do we want to go? We don't want to go orange on this. I want the orange to be the tender skin parts, the under parts. So I'm going to use some of this bone white here and mix it with this brown. That's going to make it more of a pale brown instead of a rich orange brown. If that makes sense. So that's a color theory thing, right? So if you want something to feel more rich, you don't use white and black to make things feel rich. Those make things look more pale and deep. Both ways around. Versus the if you use color like orange and blue and stuff like that to add depth or brightness, then you're adding saturation to it versus paleness. How many points would a Barath be in a tiered army? I don't know. He's pretty big. I should show you some of the tiered models I have assembled, just to give you a sense of the scale. I've got bigger Tyranids than Barath, but not many. And the bigger ones than Barath are usually the ones that cost the most points. Normally how it goes. That's too much pale. Might be, it's pretty close actually. We're gonna add a little more brown. I don't want it that pale. That's pretty good. Maybe let's go just a tad more. That's pretty good. Yeah, I like that. And the nice part here is we don't even have to unload our brush because we're just going to dry brush it off on this paper towel anyways. I'll leave a little bit here because it's pretty globby. And it's going to mess up my paper. But otherwise, we just go here and wipe it all off. Hey, Bruce, how we doing? Good to see you. Glad you're enjoying the Barath. I think it's coming together really well. Yeah, he looks good. First feint ever was on Barath. It's a good monster to feint too. He's a good teaching monster. So we don't have to do every little part here again. Oh, this looks so good though. It stands out a lot better. I might do every part here just because I think that last round wasn't quite bright enough. We want to get these edges for sure on the sides because the light catches the edges of things most. For in terms of how our eyes see things. We do want to do a little bit of horizontal. Well, it's because it's vertical for you guys, but horizontal on the Barath because there is some really nice detail on these sculpts that I want to pull out with the dry brush. And we can put it on here a little bit. Looks good, chat. This shade's better than the last brown we did. I'll show you on the big camera here once I get it done. Just gotta get over everything here. Okay. Get all the edges here. A little bit thick there, but I think it's fine. And we can actually cover it with the mud later on when we put mud on this guy. That works. Go this way. Get a little more paint on here. Dab it off, I'm running out. There we go. Yeah, a little bit thick still. Heck yeah. Awesome. Oh, I'm pumped. I'm pumped. Okay, get on the edges here. We're almost done with the dry brush part for this guy. I do, like I said before, I do need to finish his face still, but we're not on that step yet. Okay. I think that's exactly how I want him to look. I'll put him on the big camera here. Let me get my brush fixed first. Need to confess something? Uh-oh. What am I in the tune for here? Grinding Rajang the Grindlands right now. I hunted like 86 with 20 of them to be captured. You need to touch grass. Hey, it's cold outside. Don't even worry about it. When it gets warmer outside, you can go touch grass. Borrowed your birthday video. Sent it to a friend that also plays a lot of Monster. Hey, that's fine. I don't mind that at all. You're more than welcome to borrow the birthday video. I made that because I think more people need their birthdays celebrated in general, you know? Not everybody has ways to celebrate with people, and I want to be able to provide that, so. Glad that you got some use out of it. Let me put this on the big camera for you guys. We'll show it to you, okay? Okay. There it is. He's looking good. Remember earlier, we were talking about the top. Oh, give me my brush. Here it is. The top armor pieces up here. They were hard to see. They were all kind of dark, you know? But that dry brushing added a bunch of like that pale brown. Oh, how do I hold both of these at once? There we go. It added a pale brown. You see those details on there? See all those lines? I didn't individually paint those. That's just the dry brush. The brush hairs caught all those lines on there and kept that detail, right? Look at the tail. Look at the tip of the tail there. See here? Here, I gotta point this way. Right here? The tip of the tail. So you can see all the detail on the scale because of dry brushing. That's just like a small tip on how you use your brush in order to pull out the details. Look at the crown. Sorry about that. Look at the crown. See how you can see all these details on here now? That's just dry brushing. I didn't have to paint that. It did it on its own with the dry brushing technique. And so now it all comes together full circle where we've got this really cool, really bright orange popping out where the tender part of Barroth's, like, you know, the tender skin sticks out with that orange. But the hard parts are on the top, the dark parts. That's where the hard scales are. We can still see them, but they're not bright orange. We don't want it to all be bright orange. We want to differentiate between the stuff that's really tough and the stuff that's really tender. That's why we did that. Hey, Fido! Thank you for resubscribing for 2 months. Appreciate it a lot. W's in chat. Good to have you here. Thanks, Fido. Thanks for supporting the channel. That's nice of you. Appreciate that. Thanks, Fido. That's super nice of you. Thank you. Thank you. There it is. So this guy's like 90% done for the painting. 90%. Right? Now we've got the really small details left. And those are primarily We need to get this face figured out because he's just a big old brown blob on the face. We want people to look at the face, right? Because the face is the cool part of the monster. Though the whole model's sick, we want people to look at the face. We also need a little bit of work on just some details on the edge of the claws, which is just a different color I need to mix quick. Be no issue there. That'll take me 2 seconds. But we gotta get the teeth and the eyes on the face. And then we get to consider what the base is gonna be. I've got an idea for what I want to do for it. It's not together yet, but it's only 11:54 my time, so I've got time to get the base, like get it started. It's gonna have to dry for a long time, so I won't be able to finish it there. But hello from Twitch. Hey, Fido. Good to see you on Twitch. Yeah, turned out good. Now, the 1 weak part here is the undercarriage, as you guys have been calling. It's kind of hard to see on camera here, but there's not a lot of detail on the underbelly, and I don't care. There's not a lot of detail on people's underbellies in general, and people aren't going to be looking at it like this from the bottom up. They're going to be looking at it from the tabletop down, right? And so if I get the top part nailed out and all of these details that stick out, then I'm fine. I don't need to worry about the details of the underbelly because I can't even get a brush up there anyways, and no one's going to look at it. I don't really care. I do see, though, that there is a tongue on this guy. See if I can get on the camera. There is a tongue in there, and his inside of his mouth is gray right now, so I need to add some paint inside his mouth before I do the teeth so that we can just get some color on there. We're not going to go with a big, like, voluptuous red, like lipstick. We're going to go with, like, a deep, like a dark pale red, kind of. Just to get a little bit of color on the tongue, but I'm not going to worry about that too much either. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to get a whole paintbrush in there anyways. We'll find out. But so far, so good. This is looking really awesome. Really, really awesome. I love it. Very fun. Okay, let's get back to the painting stream here. Okay, we're back. Some Barroth booty sticking out. Let's get that red paint on there first. And then we'll go. I gotta find my paint for it. Ooh, I gotta stretch a little bit too. My back's getting sore. I'm hunched over while I'm painting, so I'm feeling it in my shoulder blades. Let's see. There's a red. This is the red I use on my Tyranids. Scarlet red. It's a pretty dark red. We'll add this to our brown a little bit, so that's not too rich. But this should be okay for now, anyways. What's up, Chaotic? How we doing? Tails the artist? Always have been. Always have been an artist. That's what I went to school for originally, actually. A lipstick Barroth, yeah. That'd be great. Okay, let's throw a little red on here. That's a pretty rich red. I don't really want the red to stick out that much, so I am gonna mix it with a little bit of brown. Let me find a thinner brush here too. This guy's pretty tiny. I think that'll work. We can get that inside his mouth just for a couple details. I'm gonna mix this real fast though. Imagine there's a variant of Barroth that was bigger, a little faster, and instead of mud, it would have magma. That sounds like something from Monster Hunter Stories. Sounds like they did that in that game, or something similar. That'd be cool, though. Okay, I didn't put too much brown in. Way too much brown in. That's better. It's just a muddier red is all, which is what I want. I don't want the red to stick out that much, but I do want it to be obvious that Barroth has a mouth that has, you know, really tender parts in it. His tongue's kind of khaki mud covered. Is it? I didn't realize that. I haven't even really looked at a Barroth mouth. I was just taking a guess of red mouth. That's all good. I just don't want it to be gray in there, so we'll stick with this for now. If it's too bright, then it's going to stand out too much. And people will be like, what the heck's in there? So we're just going to do a little bit of work in here on the mouth. Very, very faint. We're not even gonna do it. Pretty much just the tongue that I can see in here. Oh, that is so hard to paint. There we go. Just in case somebody gets the right ink. I mean, that's pretty much it. We got a couple little roof of mouth up there. I gotta hit a couple points of, but this poor brush getting beat up by these teeth right now. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's all I can really get a brush into, so that's fine with me. But I'm further from the mic. Yeah. That's when I'm looking at paint. No worries. Thanks, wifey. Egg nectar. Egg nectar is pretty cool. Okay. We've got a small problem here where I don't want the teeth to be straight white because Barath doesn't have a dentist. I want it to be more realistic to what teeth look like, you know? I'm going to mix a little bit of this leather brown in with this bone white to give it like a tinted look, kind of. As in like stained coloring a little bit, you know? Because you know that Barath doesn't have perfect teeth. He's been chowing on too many things, and he doesn't have a toothbrush. So we want to give it a little bit of a yellow color. Can't see that. Okay, now we can. You're good, Frog. I knew what you meant. Any plans to play the board game? Oh, yeah. That's what I'm painting right now. I just got to find some people to play the board game. But I would like to play the board game, yeah. That'd be awesome. I need to learn the rules. I've read through them twice now, and I don't fully understand them. But some gameplay to bounce the rules off of would make it a lot easier, I'm sure. This brush is really tiny, chat, so it runs out of paint really fast. So I gotta reload it often. It also dries a lot faster than all my other brushes do because it's got less paint on it. So I got to make sure I put it into my paint cup more often so it doesn't dry out my brush completely. Oh, you guys can't even see that. I'm sorry. Here we go. There's a big tooth there. Okay, there's another one here. One there. Okay, I gotta watch this. How much do you enjoy streaming? It's pretty fun. It's a good time. It's not the #1 reason why I do YouTube or content creation, but it's fun. If I didn't like doing it, I wouldn't do it. I like making videos more than streaming, and I would like that to be... Ultimately, what I would like to do is have the YouTube channel be self-sufficient, and I just stream occasionally, you know, when I want to. In terms of like a couple days a week, but if I add more to it, great. But so far so good. Okay. There's some chompers. It's a little bit too yellow. It looks just like the brown that we used earlier. Mostly because I mixed that brown in with the yellow. Or with the white, sorry. So I'm going to go back through and highlight some of these spots to be brighter. But it is definitely a paler color than the brown. The brown is more orange. This is more white. Or gray. Well, I don't know if it's gray. It's more white. Cream, maybe. But we're going to highlight a couple spots on these teeth. Man, that is hard to see. I'm sorry, chat. These little details, my camera does not pick up very well. Try to get them done quick so that I could show them off to you here. But and these ones here, teeth go a little bit higher. And there. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I think just a small highlight on a couple of these teeth is what's gonna push it. Painted Dodogama would be a blast. I don't know if they have a Dodogama piece. I'll have to find out. They might not have one. We have subspecies that have new element affinity. What monster has the most element statuses covered across their lineage? That's an interesting question. Yeah, just like one small highlight here and there. It's gonna make a big difference in some of these. Just a little bit. Just a wee bit. For some reason, my brain goes to Tigrex. But I don't know why. I don't know all of them. I just feel like there's multiple versions of Tigrex that I haven't seen. I don't know. There. That barely did anything, but it did just enough. Just enough. Yeah, Painted Velcano might be a struggle. Yeah, that thing's huge. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's a big model. The Velcana is. I probably won't be doing all of the Velcana painting or all of the monster paintings on stream because that would take me years. But some monsters we might do. Okay, there's the teeth done. Teeth look good. They're a different shade than the browns on here, but they're not like pearly whites, you know? Maybe need some Listerine. Yeah, if he rolled around in Listerine instead of mud, he'd probably have whiter teeth for sure. The other thing I want to do on the face is on the crown here. We had some more brown variation before, but the wash really took a lot of it out. So I'd like to put a little bit more brown. I might just take this regular flat brown and dry brush. Oh, and I'm second guessing that. Do I want to do that? I gotta look it over here. One sec. I don't know. I kind of like him how he is. I wanted to make his face a little more orange to pop out more, but I think his teeth is adding enough. His teeth is adding enough pop of color to draw your eye over to his face that I don't think I need to get more rich up in here. I kind of like. Let's look at the reference photo. Let's look at the reference photo before I decide. There's just a little bit here, but it's mostly brown. Excuse me, sorry. Maybe I'll add just a little bit more of a lighter brown in here. Let's use a paintbrush in here, like they did in the reference photo, just to bring out that, you know, where his eyes are at. But I think that might be it. That might be all I do. Diablos be fun to paint. I've got a Diablos for sure. Yeah, well, I would love to do that. I got to do some work on that model because it came in 3 pieces. So I got to get it all like put together, glued together and all that stuff first. I got a lot of cleanup to do before I can even start it. So I'm going to start with this flat brown first to bring this color back in his face. We don't want to get the shadows, just the top parts. Because we're going to layer color on top of this. This isn't going to be the only color on here. And you're hardly going to see anything on here because there's already a bunch of brown, you know? But what I'm doing here is getting rid of some of the deep shadow that's on here, that's on the upper surfaces. I only want the deep shadow in the crevices, you know? And I don't even have to do the whole thing here. Just the part that we want people to see. Because remember, around back here, you can't even see the crown when he's turned sideways. So we're going to go this way with him, and I can already see where this is sticking out, and it looks really good. And we're just going to layer another shade of brown on top of this to draw it out. And then we should be good. Looks good. Thanks, Adnan. Appreciate it. I'll show you on the big camera here soon, too. When we get the eyes done, I'll put it on the big camera because the lighting's way better on that one. I'm going to mix some of this orange brown in with the dark brown again. Just a layer. Off quick. Is Volcano about the same size as the Kushala mini from the base game? I think it's bigger. Pretty sure it's bigger. I'll get the post where they show the dimensions of the monsters for the Iceborne. I'll show it on screen here once I finish this up. I'm pretty sure Volcano is the biggest one they made for this whole thing. Okay. I want to dab some of this off, so I'm just going to go lightly right in the middle of this. Not over the top of all of it. And this paint's pretty watered down too, so it runs just a little bit. Because I don't want it to be globby. I want it to be transparent and pull some of the colors out from what's underneath it. And that's another awesome thing about acrylic paints is that they're transparent unless you make them really thick. And so they'll actually pull colors from underneath them and mix with the colors that they are now that you're using. I also want to feather this a little bit, meaning like draw random lines going up so it blends with the color above it instead of like a big line going horizontally across his face. So that doesn't look natural. He's not rigid, you know. He's organic, so it's not all perfectly square. Yes, perfect. I'm actually gonna use the same color to dim the colors on his cheeks, or on his gums. We said a while ago that his gums were just a little bit too bright. I'm going to tone these down just a little bit. Just paint over the top of it. It's like a runny color, so it's, like I said, you're going to see through it a little bit. It's also going to tint it the color I want it to be. Yeah, it looks great. What's the punch attacks? The like button, yeah. Thanks, Kat. I appreciate it. At least with the Kushala, all I have to do is dunk in a bucket of silver paint for a couple seconds. Yeah, basically. Okay, the last... Oh, there's two things. I need to put a little bit of highlights on the claws quick, just a small one. And then the eyes. And then we're done. And we're going to put the base. We're going to paint the base. It's looking so good. I'll show it on camera in a sec. Let me get the highlights in for the claws. And then we'll show it off. So I'm going to use that same gray we painted the claws with and add just a little bit of white to it, or bone white, just to give it a slightly lighter shade, just slightly. Hey, Remren, how we doing? I haven't painted minis in forever either, but I've had this board game forever from Monster Hunter, from Steamforged, and from Steamforged Games. And I wanted to get some progress done on it, and I finally have time. So, if I inspire people to get some of their painting done too, I'm happy to help. Alright, there's that gray. And I just want to get the edges of the toenails. I call them toenails, but they're claws, you know. Just the top edges. Just a bit. And the sides here. That's going to all get hit by brown mud later, but fine. Just a wee bit. Just to get the sun to bounce off a little bit. There we go. This is a little thick. I'm going to wipe that off quick. And add just a little. There we go. Okay. And we got to get his other claw on this side. Okay. Here. That. And one here. just a tad. And then we can get his front claws just a little bit as well. Just the highest point in the front. It's gonna be like right here. And right here on the edges. Yeah. Nice. Cool. Bob Ross a Monster Hunter. Yeah, right. He's better than I am. You're killing it. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, my mini collection is also abandoned, Ramren. Don't feel bad, okay? You're not... I'm in the same boat as you. I've got a whole Tyranid army, 2,000 points, sitting in a bucket. It's been there for... I've never played a game with it. Most of the pieces of summon, I've got one Tervigon... Or no, one... What is it called? The big tank, the Termagant tank, whatever it's called, that I need to assemble. But otherwise, every piece is assembled, and like 3 pieces are painted, and that's it. I haven't done any painting on them. All right, we just got the eye to do. Is this my smallest brush? Let me double check my box here. Happy little monsters, yeah. Nope, I don't. That's all I got. Okay. Good news, Tails. I have everything officially set up. Heck yeah! That's great. What time are you starting tomorrow? That's awesome. I need to get yellow. We need to get paint. Barath has a bright yellow eye. And yellow is kind of hard to paint. It doesn't cover very well, but thankfully the eye is really small. And so we don't have to worry about it. It should cover just fine with one little dot to paint. The hard part's actually going to be trying to find the eye on this model. It's kind of hidden. What are you playing too, Slacksource Rex? 4 p.m.? Okay. What are you playing? Call him Fox Ross? That's pretty funny. Fox. Thought his eye was orange? I might be colorblind. I don't mind making it yellow either because it'll stand out more. I want it to stand out. I want it to pop off because everything on here is brown and orange. Where's that eye at? There it is. I see it. Okay. The eye is right here. At the end of my brush. It's a little bump there. I gotta get this position, so we're just gonna put a little dab on this eyeball. And then I'll have to go back in with just a dab of black paint for a pupil, and that's it. Oh, this one's pretty runny. Okay. Can we get it here? Here we go. Let's try it out. Gotta hold my breath for this one. I'm gonna try this one more time, but I think it's just too runny right now. I might have to do layers of it. Yeah, it's too runny. Okay, we'll come back to him. We'll do the other eye. We gotta let that dab of paint dry because the paint's too runny. We'll just do it in layers. Okay, here it is here. Okay, we'll come back to that. Okay. Sniper mode? Yeah, exactly. Okay. You guys are wondering what the color is? I'm using the reference photo here. See that yellow eye? Top left photo. You can see his beady yellow eye sticking out under his crown. That's the official Monster Hunter render of Barath from World. So I'm using yellow because the reference photo has yellow for it. But creatures have all sorts of eye colors. It don't matter. No. We Gucci. We gotta let this little dab of paint dry. It's gonna be pretty close here to done. Acrylic dries really fast. We'll get another layer of yellow on there, and then we'll put a little black pupil on it. Should be good. Excuse me. Okay. Round 2, yellow. And just so you know, chat, if you ever pick yellow as your main color for, like, if you're painting an army or something like that, you're in for a hard time. It's doable. It's just very difficult. The paint dried on my brush before I got to it. Okay, let's try again. I went too slow. I was talking too much. Okay, here we go. There it is. Perfect. I gotta get more on there, but it's gotta dry more. Other side. Oh, that's not good. It's so runny that it's not going on the actual eyeball. It's going into the crevices of the eye. I have to figure this out here. How am I going to make this? I could put it on paper towel to dry it a little bit. I also might need to use a different yellow out of my paint bin. It could be the yellow of this manufacturing site. Alright, this one's working. This is the one that matters, so that's fine. This one doesn't matter that much. But the yellow on that side's working really well. Using green paint? Yeah, right. Thankfully, I can tell the difference between green and yellow paint. Through that. Why is this bear on purple? It's like Barney the dinosaur. Oh, that worked so much better. Perfect. Wonderful. We gotta do one more layer on that eye, but then we're good. Okay. Perfect. Give you a second to let that dry, and then we'll finish it up here. Yeah, gaslight. Yeah. It's all good. Wish they bring Bear Out to Wild. It's an amazing monster. I agree. I think Bear Out's awesome. I would love if they brought every monster to Wild. That'd be sweet. Hey, Derek, how are we doing? Currently painting my rival Baroth caused me so much trouble with monster to try. I sure am. And it's been fun, too. We've had a great time. He's a good monster. One of my favorite monsters in World. Like them a lot. Last layer. Perfect. Oh my gosh, that couldn't have gone better. Perfect. Okay. We now need to do a little black pupil. I don't know if it's going to be worth it, though. Because I don't have a smaller brush than this. I think I'm going to try it, though, because I'm a risk taker. Okay, we just need one dab of black, and that's it. Paint liquor? I didn't lick the paint. I licked the paintbrush. It just had water on it. I'd already taken the paint off the brush. Okay. This is going to be the tough one. All right, we got to try again. I hit the wrong part here. Yeah, good luck, soldier. Thank you. This is really risky. This is very unnecessary. I don't need to do this. But it's worth a shot, you know. It'll add life. We can add a pupil. There it is. Oh, that's all it took. That's all it took. Easy. Easy. Patience. Yes. Nailed it. Lovely jubbly. Okay. Let's put it on the big camera. Oh, I'm so proud. I'm so proud. This came out so well. Okay. Hold on. Let me switch it over here. There we go. Okay, you ready? See how we, oh, let me get the brush here. Show it off to you. See how we added that brown back to his crown here above his mouth so we can get more look on his face. It draws our eye to his face more. That helped out so much. His teeth are just a different color than the orange, so it stands out, so you want to look at his face more than the rest of his body. Yeah? His body still looks good. We want people to look at the whole model, but when you look at this, like if I drop it, right? If I drop this down here, the first thing I want you to look at when I painted this is the face. So as soon as you see it, my hope is that your eyes go right to the face, right? And that bright color on the face makes that happen. It makes it stand out more. And after you look at the face for the second, you're like, oh, those are teeth, and that's an eye, and whatever. Then your eyes follow the form of the body to all of the high pieces there, right? Looks so good. Oh my gosh, it looks awesome. Yeah, face came out really well. I'll do a little spin here so you can see all angles of it. Down the body and everything. Yep, contrast works wonders. It sure does. It makes things pop really well. Yeah, he needs some mud. That mud's the very last thing we'll put on this guy. And then we're going to paint his base next. There he is. Golly. Looks so good. I'm so excited for this. Came out really well. We'll get one more butt cheek shot there for you, for all you Barroth butt cheek fans. Top down. Let's do it this way so you can see the whole thing. So top down view is nice to look at too, because this is how you'll see it on the table as well, right? Because you're looking at it from above the table down. So getting an angle on the model of how you're actually going to look at it when you use it is a really good way to see whether things came out how you want it to. Most people are going to be viewing the model from like this distance, from the camera where you are to here. This is what they're going to see, right? And so you want to get the details worked out mostly for the part that they're going to see from that distance. And from this distance, this thing looks sick as heck. It looks so good. I love it. Oh, man. So good. Okay, let me show you what we're going to do for the base here, okay? And before I do that, I really got to use the bathroom. I'm going to do that real fast. Let this fine detail paint dry while I'm doing that. And then I'll come back and show you what we're doing for the base of the model, okay? Because we got a few details we need to do beyond just slathering a bunch of paint across it. Okay, there we go. Okay. All right, chat, I will be right back. I'm going to go empty the tank quick. I'll return and we'll do some more, okay? BRB. Okay, we're back. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Appreciate it. There's a couple upkeep things I got to do here before we jump right into the base here. Because I wanted to show you guys a couple things too here. And I want to make sure I didn't miss chat. Okay, we're good. You guys talk about annoying monsters. Kushala Daora is the most annoying monster in my book. That's no Gucci for me. Man, if I could never see Kushala Daora again, I'd be pretty happy with that. There's a skill in Wilds though for windproof, and it's making me scared that Kushala's coming back. But we'll find out. Yeah, Lunas is pretty rough too. Let me show you something here, chat. Couple things. Let's do this. And can I do this? Whoop, there we go. Okay. This is the reference photo that we use from the other painter who did the Barroth model. I just wanted to show credit where credit's due, right? I found this guy's Instagram, painted a Barroth, yeah. Austin Weitzel, I think his name is here. So if you're looking for some painting inspiration, make sure you check him out. I don't know who this is, except I saw that their picture was on Instagram. That's it. Let me pull up my chat here too so I don't miss it. There we go. So just stuff for you to, so you have references, so you know where I came from, right? Because I didn't just come up with those references on my own. I found them online, yeah? There's other stuff here that they've posted. Looks like they've got some 3D printed models of the new monsters. This is not part of the board game. I think this is a 3D printed model that he got, or that they got, and painted it up. Looks awesome. The lightning bolt stuff here is so sick. So some fun things to do with that. Yeah, the raid out is so awesome. I like this Belahara too. Really, really awesome. I think these are 3D printed. They look really good though. And then what I wanted to look at was Steamforged Games, Monster Hunter World. I want to make sure I don't know how to say this correctly. I was sent the pieces that I'm painting now by Steamforged Games. Steamforged Games. Okay, hold on, chat. Let's put me on camera so you guys can see what I'm talking, because I'm going to talk a little bit here, just a tad. This is the company that made the models in the board game that I am painting today. The Barroth that I'm painting now is from this board game. Steamforged Games created it all. It's all their models. These are the Monster Hunter World board game boxes. I have this one. This is where the Barroth came from. And I own this one. I'm going to paint these models eventually. But there's also one here for the Teostra expansion. So you get an Elder Dragon to hunt. There's a Nergigante expansion here. Over here is the Hunter's Arsenal, which has a bunch more gadgets and stuff. And then the Kushala Daora stuff here. There's more boxes too. I think there's 2 more boxes for the Monster Hunter World board game with the Coral Highlands and the Rotten Vale. There we go. I got the wrong names in my head because of Wilds. What I did, where I found these guys, Monster Hunter board game Iceborne, Steamforged. This is what I bought into. When I first found these guys, they were running a Kickstarter for the Iceborne one. So this is after the Monster Hunter World board game came out. They did a big expansion for Iceborne. And I bought into this originally, and then I talked to Steamforged. But there's so many sweet things coming in the Iceborne set. So if you're interested in getting models or painting miniatures and having Monster Hunter themed stuff, even if you don't play the board game, though the board game is looking awesome. I haven't played it myself, but it's like a action-based card game with the models, and it's up to 4 players hunting together. It looks really fun. The models by themselves are worth the cost. Like if you were to get into Warhammer, these models are cheaper than Warhammer, and the details are so good. And so it's worth checking out. In the Iceborne one, which is not released out in stores yet, this is just the Kickstarter campaign. The bases are already modeled as well. Let me find the picture here. Give me a sec. Do you see how the bases have detail on them already? It came modeled for the Iceborne monsters. You don't have to put it together. Whereas my model, remember Barroth here. Let me put it on screen for you. The Barroth, camera's in the right spot. Look at the Mountain Dew. The Barroth here just has a plain base on it with the the crosshairs here. That's all there is, right? So they made a big change on the Iceborne monster bases so that they're more detailed already. So the point I'm trying to make is, if you're looking to get models, if you want ones that look more display worthy, you're going to get more mileage off of the Iceborne ones when they release retail. They're not even done creating this game yet, though, so it might be a couple years before they're out retail. But they have these really nice bases here. The downside is that you can't really do a lot of modifications to this base because it's adhered to the model itself. Whereas the models I'm painting now, we can make our own bases on. So it all depends on what you want to do. I don't mind doing bases on models. So I don't really care either way. But it is going to be nice to have some bases already in there that I can just slap paint on and color instead of have to get materials for and stuff like that. But just to put in perspective what I've got here, this is just the base game for the Iceborne expansion. You've got Beototus here, Rajang, Barioth, and my boy Banbarrow are the 4 monsters that come with the box, as well as all the components for your 4 players, right? So these are playmats, decks of cards. There's 4 hunters in this box so that you can hunt against these monsters, and then all the components and stuff. But I went way further. Oh, they don't have it all. Is it on here? Oh, it's on Hold up. Kickstarter. There's more to it from the Kickstarter that they're probably going to release retail as well. Oh, I had the wrong monsters too. Are these additional ones? Those might be additional ones. 'Cause I see Shrieking Legiana back there too. There might be 5 pieces in this box. Here's the Kickstarter though. So I bought the whole Kickstarter except for 1 box. And so I'm getting all of these models. So I've got 14 hunters here in Iceborne armor with Iceborne weapons. There's some Palicos and Poogie, sorry. And Poogie here. And then a huge roster, right? Silver Rathlos, Nightshade Paluma, Shrieking Legiana. Let me zoom in here so you guys can see. There we go. Shrieking Legiana, Viper Toby Kadachi, Banbarrow, Ebony Odogaron, Seething Basil Goose, Coral Puke, Yan Garuga, Rajang, Furious Rajang. You can paint it either color. You don't get 2 models, just 1. See you around, Brent. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging. There's Glavenus here, Beototus, Nargacuga, Barioth, Tigrix, Zinogre, the Velkhana piece and the Namiel piece. They're huge. Yeah. Like, I bought all of this stuff. So it's all going to get sent to me. And here's the hunter models. I love this one, obviously. Got the Banbarrow gear on there. The bow looks pretty good too, actually. And then all the components with it as well. And there's more than what was on that picture because I've got more models coming in for which one is it? It's the Seething Anger one. It's got like Devil Joe on there. Here's all the models. Greatsword model, Banbarrow, Beototus. Hold on, we got to find all the unlocks. Yep, I've got this box. This box. Yep. Hold up. Sorry, chat. Give me a sec. Try to find where they showed off the extras. Seething Basil, Glavenus. Yep, seen these. This Velkhana statue is huge. 120 millimeter base size. The circle's 120 millimeters wide. Crazy. I got the Namiel as well. More hunters. Pretty sick. And then more hunters. I didn't get the Kutku. Is this the one? I don't think I got this one. Yeah, the cosmetic upgrade I didn't get. They just changed the color of these models, so this is printed black instead of gray. I'm trying to find the Devil Joe and stuff here. Is it on here? It might not be on here. But I've got like a Devil Joe coming in as well, and they had a what's it called? The Blackveil Valhazak is another box that they put on here. So, anyways, the whole point is, I've got a ton of monsters coming in to paint as well, and so I wanted to share stuff about Steamforged Games here because they sent me all of this stuff, and they sent me all this stuff 9 months ago, and I haven't had time to work on it until today. Now we're finally working on it, and so I wanted to make sure that you guys know that this is something that Steamforged Games and I are working together on for the current models I'm working on. And then when the Iceborne one comes out, I'll probably be doing painting stuff here as well. It's a sweet game. If you're interested in painting at all, or if you love Monster Hunter and just want some display pieces, they're worth the money in terms of just the models. And then you get a game on top of it, because getting models this big from other companies is really expensive. And these are fairly expensive because modeling is a expensive hobby, but compared to other big game companies that do models, these guys are much more reasonable compared to like Games Workshop and stuff like that. So just wanted to let you know what's going on there. Okay, and then let me do this. Is there anything else I needed to show you? I don't think so, not yet. I think we're just gonna get back into, oh, I do want to do one thing. Barath. Let me pull up that Instagram again. Actually, we'll find a different artist this time. Barath Monster Hunter World board game. See who has painted some Barath, because I want to see what they did for bases. Here we go. Let me go back over here. Okay, so like this picture here, yeah, the Barath is done, but what we need to do is the base. And I'm not a big fan of this base, but this is the kind of stuff that we're gonna do on the base, is add the details. We're not just gonna paint it black. We're gonna add like terrain to it. And I wanted Barath and Diablos and Joritotus to be in the Wildspire Waste. Muted, so I won't see the answer. Would you use the mud? I'll type to you a can of cheese. No mud yet. That's the last step. There we go. Oopsie. I mistyped. There we go. Mud's coming. So I would like to use the mud on the base as well, but we're gonna use the mud on top of everything. We're not gonna use it as the foundation. I've got this really interesting paint right here. Oh, I hope I have enough. I do, yeah, okay. This really interesting paint is called Agrellan Earth by Citadel. What this paint does, it's this color, but we're gonna recolor it. But you paint this on thick, and when it dries, it cracks. And it becomes like cracked earth, yeah? So let me show you this. No, I'm not gonna show you my social security number, yeah. So if you remember the Switch Axe model, see the base on here? See how it's all like cracked and flaky, kinda? That's because of that Agrellan Earth paint. It dries and then cracks, and you can see what's under the cracks, or in the recesses of the cracks. And then I just repainted the Agrellan Earth color to be the desert color that I wanted. Instead of like gray, it's more like a yellowish color, yeah? So I want to use this Agrellan Earth on the Barath base for a chunk of it, but not for all of it, because Barath's in the muddy part of the Wildspire Waste. So there's more lush parts to that area instead of just a dried, arid area, you know? And so the next thing we should look at when we're picking the base is, what does the Wildspire Waste look like? And so let me pull up another couple ones here. This is okay. This looks like forest cover instead of Wildspire Waste. This looks like it's walking through the woods, you know, for the base. I'd like to try to find something that's more Wildspire Waste. Look at these. Look at this. I love this thing. This Great Jaggers. This looks like it's in the ancient forest, right? Like, look at the... Oh, that's its face. Can we get the base? Look at the base. It's got logs. It's got ferns, flowers. We're not going to do this with Barath, but when we do the... Oh, you can't see it. Hold on. God, what the heck am I doing? Stinking tails. I'm trying to tell you what I'm looking at, and you guys can't even see it. Look at the base on this guy. Right? So he looks like he's from the ancient forest area, because you see how lush it is with all the green. The logs laying down, and then the ferns and stuff. We won't go this way on the Barath, but we want to do something with green on it and not just sand everywhere, because I would like to have it somewhere where the mud is. So there's got to be water. There doesn't have to be water on the base, but when there's water, that means things grow, you know? So I want to add water or growing stuff to the base of Barath. And if I could find a reference here, That's the one from Instagram that we just saw earlier. They did a great job on it too, but it's more mud than I want on the base. But it might end up being that way ultimately, I guess. Okay. I'm not gonna find more here. So let's go Wildspire Waste. Monster Hunter World. Woo! The original biomes the sandy plains, the desert sandy areas with an oasis. Yeah. I want to get more into the lush part like this than into the sandy parts. Even though he tromps around there, like we want to get these bushes and things like that, and these little, you know, all the brown speckles and stuff. Yeah, we need cactus. We could do so for sure. Okay, hold on. Let me flip the screen again here. Give me a sec. Bring the camera back. Okay, because I got to show you what I'm doing here. So we got Barroth. Yeah, there he is. Remember that we've got these little mushrooms. Remember? So we for sure want to stick like a mushroom cluster somewhere on the base, right? And if we're really, really feeling it, which I don't think I am because I don't have very many mushrooms, what I would like to do is add a couple. You know, if I had more of these mushrooms to dole out, I would. But I don't. And I kind of want to save them for other monster bases or hunter bases as well. Right? But even just adding something vertical on this base is going to make a big difference. I don't have any cactus specifically. But what I do have is these little guys. These are like little... They're called tufts in the miniature gaming world. And I could take one of these out of here. Oh, one fell off. That's fine. That's one we want. Come here, you. I wish I had more of these too. I've only got these. But like we can add these. Woohoo! There we go. We can add these in specific spots. Oh, come on. There we go. To add some tufts of green to it. Hey, Dota Goblin Sawyer, how we doing? Good to see you. Right? Which adds just a little bit of vegetation. I would ultimately put like 4 or 5 of these on and make like little bushes around on the base to add around to the, you know, maybe we have one here, but like maybe we'd add a little cluster around here or something like that and add some green. We need to get the ground cover first though, before this stuff goes on after the ground cover, except maybe the mushroom. The mushroom we're probably going to glue to the base, so we need to put that on first. And then we'll add the ground cover. But these tufts go on last. We don't want to put these on now because they'll get paint on them. But we got to figure out what other kind of vegetation we might want. And then what the ground cover actually is, right? Like this is more of the arid part of the Wildspire Waste, but this is the part we want to look at. I need a better picture though. Is it here? Here we go. Like this is more what we want to design around, you know? So like some dead bushes or dried bushes would be good here. We're not going to get a tree on here. It's hard to store models when they have trees on them. Oh, you guys can't see again. God dang it. Okay, give me a sec. If I could remember what stinking scene I'm on, this would be a lot easier. Okay, this is what I'm thinking in terms of reference photo for what we want to do with the vegetation and base look. This has a ton of water going through it. That's not what I'm going for though. What I'm going for is this color, like rock, stick in here. And then we got some tufts of grass and then a bunch of dead like bushes kind of around here. And we could get some big old rocks sticking out of here. That'd be pretty good, yeah? Then so if we get, and we don't need all of this stuff. That's just stuff that we're looking for. And we have to look at this now because we have to put this on the base now before we paint it. I got some stuff over in the corner I need to grab here in order to add things to the base. But we'll definitely put a mushroom on here. We're going to put some rocks in, maybe like around the back side here. It also could happen around the side of Barroth, maybe. I think the back side of it, we'll put some rocks in. And then we'll throw in, I'll see if I can find some like really thin bushes or something. Yeah, fallen log mushroom on it would be really cool. Or like growing next to it. Let me take you to my corner here where I've got all my stuff, okay? You're not gonna be able to hear me though, but I'll take you over and I'll show you my corner. Okay, I found some goodies. Yeah, dirt container, exactly. I am the dirt collector. Got dirt and sand and rocks in my office, you know, because we got. Why buy dirt? You know, I just go pick it up off the ground. I think it's so funny. I watch like on YouTube and stuff, people do modeling, and they're like, I bought this bag of dirt and this bag of rocks. I'm gonna add it to my base. And I'm like, dude, I went to my backyard and I grabbed a rock. It worked out great. Okay, those are for Tyranid stuff. We don't want that. That's really fine sand. We probably won't go that fine. I think that's too fine a sand. But this is like this is cork, but it looks like rocks, right? And when you paint it, it looks like rocks even more. So we could put like little rock clusters around maybe, and put that on there. Some more sand. Oh my god, I guess the Lord of the Rings minis in here hiding. These are from back in the day. Look at that. That's original. This is Tails artwork from when I was, man, how old was I? 20? 15 years ago? These are my first age warriors. What were they? Numenorians? That's a paint job from way long ago, just tucked in a container here. The reason why I grabbed this though is this stuff. I don't even know what this stuff is. And we don't want it to be green, but it doesn't have to be. But this stuff looks like those bushes that were on the screen. You know how edible the rocks? It's cork. If you want to eat cork, you could try that out, I guess. This stuff looks like the dead bushes, you know? So if we could color this gray-ish first and then adhere it to the base, we'll be sitting pretty there. So this will go on last, but we can color this at least. And you know, we can just like dip it in gray paint. Should be good there. Yeah, kind of mossy. I don't know if it's actual moss though. I'm not sure. And then this is some foliage stuff. We won't use this. Like static grass. It's too green though. We'll put these away. Man, these are kind of nice though. This is more rock instead of straight sand. I really like the color too. I might use this. We use these together. Put the sand away. These Tyranid pieces away. That might work out okay. You can get poisoned by Rathalos, yes, but it builds up. That's what I learned. It doesn't insta poison you anymore. It builds up. Okay, and then the last thing here. This is genuine Wisconsin beach sand right here. The beach across from the apartment that I rented, which my wife and I lovingly call the dump, because that apartment sucked. Awful. But we had a beach across the street. That's just sand from the beach. But it's really fun. It's a nice it's finer sand. It's not super fine, but it's not super thick either. So it fits the scale for what we're doing here. Okay. So now what we need to do is map out where everything's going to go. What's going to be on the model? I can bring this camera up. There we go. Where do we want things on the base for when we start painting? Because I don't really want to use all of my Agrellan earth on the whole model and then chip it all off to do other stuff on there, you know? Ugh. I got to stretch my back for a second here. Ugh. We do need to find a stick, too. We talked about a fallen log. I didn't find one of those. Wherever am I going to find a stick? What I do need, though, is a pencil. I only got a pen. Do I have a pencil? I do. Perfect. Okay. Because we're going to draw right on top of this thing. Okay. Here we go. Googly eyes? Yeah, right. Model looks nice. Thanks, Deej. You want to see it even better? Hold up. For those who just tuned in, let me show you, because the lighting here is bad. Let me show you the big screen here. Okay? Here we go. They don't have sticks in Wisconsin? They do. They do have sticks. I'm not in Wisconsin, though. I can't get sticks in Minnesota. Here you go. Here is the best lighting look of Barroth. For those who are just tuning in, I won't spend too long here. Don't worry. But we got Barroth all painted. We just need to do the base now to finish him up. And it'll be good to go. So we're gonna map out what we want the base to look like and where things are gonna go on the base. And then we'll go from there. And then we'll give you a top-down view. I think it came out pretty good. I'm very, very happy with them. Crazy good, thank you. Thank you. I'm very, very happy with it. Very happy. Okay, if we look at how we want this base to look, and just so you know, this this crosshair here, the thing that's sticking up, that's part of the game. So we can't get rid of those. I would like to get rid of those, but you're not going to see it that much anyways. And ultimately, we're going to just put little like marks on the side here for where the hashtags are. These are showing which direction the monster's facing and what part of the monster you're attacking for the board game. So I can't get rid of these crosshairs. But we can put stuff on the base to cover some of it up and to leave little traces of this instead of it being just a flat ground. I want it to look like it's walking through the waste and all that stuff. So we need to distinguish where we want the Agrellan Earth to go, the cracked sand, and where we want the more lush area to go. And I'm thinking like I probably want to put some big rock back here or back here. I don't know which one yet. Part of me's feeling like I might do this over here. Put a mushroom on this side. And then put a fallen log going like under his feet this way. I should use this chart here. Under the feet this way. And put this next to it. And then we can put some lush stuff. And then this will be the lush areas by his foot. And then the rest of this will all be that Agrellan Earth on this side of them. And we can put the rocks and the dead branches and all that stuff. And so just to mark it off, I'm going to use this pencil to just draw right on the base. Hey, Zero, how we doing? Glad you're enjoying. Thank you. Could you disguise crosshairs with little sticks? Yep. I don't want to do it fully because it's going to look really awkward with even the terrain having a plus sign made out of terrain. I don't mind that much, but we can cover this up with color. So it'll blend in a little bit. And then when we're done, I'm going to just take I'm going to paint this rim black, but then I'll take a little silver marker and I'll just mark the side of the silver marker so we know the crosshairs are. So, yeah, I don't want to get into the edges. That feels too... It doesn't feel natural enough for me. I like the idea, but I want it to feel really natural. I don't want it to feel like edgy, you know? So I'm just gonna terrain over it, and it's no big deal. Sand by his feet looking like steps. Ooh, that's kind of fun. I would love to have a footstep out here somewhere. That'd be really cool. You do 100 monster in a while. I recorded it. I just gotta finish editing the video, Frog. I've done the 100 monsters and wilds already in the Scarlet Forest. I just gotta edit it now. Okay, let's do some pencil around here. And this works because I put white spray paint primer on Barroth originally. Can you guys even see that line? You can. Let me get the music going here again. Here. And here. Aha. Okay. So this base is normally gray colored. Yeah, it's normally that color. I put white spray paint over the top of this piece for like a zenithal highlight. It just means I'm showing where the lights... I sprayed spray paint from the top down on this monster to show where the light drops. And because of that, we've got white on the base, which lets me use a pencil to draw, which works out pretty good. So I'm just going to map out where the lush part of this base is going to go, just so I kind of know. Like that, like if it's kind of half. I don't really want to do half. What if I'm going to move this mushroom a little bit. I think I want to go like a third. That's not even a third. How about over here? Yeah, that looks good. So I don't really need to erase, but just so you guys can see here what we're doing. There we go. This line here, followed around behind his foot, is going to be like a lush part. And I'm going to add like a fallen log or something going across here. Maybe, I mean, right under his foot would be awesome. Let's just pencil it in. Like that. And we can tuck this mushroom in to like some kind of crevice of the log. Yeah, that'll look good. And then we're just gonna add some like lush tufts around here, so it'll look more like the lush part of the desert. But then the rest for the Wildspire Waste, I got a cough. Excuse me. The rest of it is gonna go from this edge, from this line. It's gonna be all sand or sand-like stuff, you know. So that's the benefit of the Agrellan Earth, is we can do cracked sand, like things have dried out. But I've also got the Wisconsin beach sand, like literal sand. So we could add sections of here where we do the dried earth, which I want to do because that fits the mud theme really well, right? Because Barroth's making mud, so we want some cracked earth. And so I think maybe we'll do the cracked earth part back on this side next to the organic area, the lush area. So it looks like there's mud around here that he's gotten into, and then it dried out. And then we can add sand on this side. Yeah. We won't do a ton of sand, but if we add sand just to a little bit here and then do the rest as cracked earth, I think we're good. So I need to map out where we want the sand to start. Maybe I want the sand. I think I want the sand back here. Like he's coming, like the sand is in a whole nother region back here. And we can add a big rock back here. So we'll do like the, just the sand on this side. I'm going to color this in actually, so I know it's sand. Sand here. And then we'll do the cracked earth on all of this, and we'll do mud to connect these two. I think that sounds great. Nice. Okay. The problem is I need to find a big rock. I don't really have a big rock on me right now. But I need a big rock so because I need to glue it to the base right now. And then we got to put sand down. What's my plan to get a rock here? I gotta see if I have one around the house. Here, you guys want to take a trip with me to my corner again? I gotta find a rock. Give me a sec. There's no rock in that corner. I'm going to take you to another corner where I've got stuff. I won't have a mic, though. Give me a sec. Okay, I'm going to take you through. There you go. Okay. We don't have rocks in the house. That's pretty normal. Most people don't have rocks in their house. It's kind of normal, right? Yeah, I could have taken you outside, but I would have lost Wi-Fi. So. But we could make a rock. I don't know if I... Okay, let's start with this first. This is the stuff that Can of Cheese sent me. Muddy ground for dioramas, and we're gonna use this on Barroth as well as on the base too, but that I think it's gonna go on top of everything in the end. I've never used this before, so hopefully it's not too bad, because otherwise it's gonna ruin parts of my model. But we can make rock out of cork. Let me pull this out here. So this stuff, this is just cork, like cork. Looks pretty good as rock. Now, the problem is we don't want to go vertical with this stuff because it's meant to be flat, you know? But maybe we could do, like in our picture, our reference picture, we've got more like it's flat rock instead of tall rock. There is tall rocks on here, but I don't have any tall rocks. And I don't know if we need that big of a tall rock anyways for Barroth. So maybe we could just do some flat rock sticking out, and I can cut up some of this cork to kind of look like rock. So let's do that. I'll show you how I do this. I was not planning to do this today. That's why I didn't have it here. I didn't think I would get finished with painting Barroth, but it came together really well. So let me get the old jazz cutting board here. Oh, I don't have a X-Acto knife either. Tails ain't prepared for this. My wife had my X-Acto knife last night, so let's see if it's on her desk. I'll go get it here in a second, but we'll pull this out here. I gotta move my keyboard and everything. Is it gonna fit? There we go. Cut this side. Oh, it's not gonna fit. Okay. All right, let me grab a X-Acto knife. Give me a sec. Was I walking to the beat of the music? I'm so talented. Did you know? Okay. One of my favorite tools right here. The old X-Acto knife. This needs a new blade, but we're cutting cork. It don't matter. So we want to have a piece of cork to look like a rock. And right now this doesn't look like a rock, but trust me, it'll look like a rock. This stuff is incredible. We're just going to cut a big chunk out. And by big, I mean somewhat small. Chunk to put on the base. And we're doing this now, chat, because we need to get all of our structure base things down first before we put down this paint. Because the paint's going to go around it. We're not going to put this on top of it. It's going to wreck the paint. So I'm just going to cut a chunk out of this board. I don't really care. Rocks are rocks. They're not perfect squares. We want a general shape of what we want. And I'm not looking for like a giant, huge thing. I just want something that's flat on top-ish. And then we'll shape it how we want here. Take a corner off here. There we go. Put this over here for now. Bring back Barroth. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Okay. So the question becomes, where would we want rocks to go? This is where our desert area is going to be, and that's where I want rocks at. I want this to be more flat and sandy. And then organic here, we can add not big, tall, flat rocks, but chunky rocks, you know. So we want to put this in here somewhere. And then what we'll do is we're going to scrape up all the edges of this to make it look like a rock, a flat rock. And we can even cut this at an angle so that it'll like stick up out of the ground a little bit. So I'm kind of thinking something like this to go on the edge here. Yeah, I like that. Let's cut a quick, or stencil a quick line here for where our circle's at. And we can actually do this the other way around if we put it here. And then draw a line around it. Like that. And we take our knife to it. Ooh, don't cut yourself, Tails. This grip is moving on me. There we go. Remember that stream that Tails went to the hospital on? Yeah. Almost cut his finger off. You could stack cork, yeah. I'm going to be thinking about that next for after I put down this one sheet. Do I want to add another one on top of it? Or do I want to add some of these little clumpy guys on top? That's where I'm aiming towards. But I don't necessarily want to do a giant cork tower because I'd rather just go find a rock that's tall and glue it. That's just faster for me to do that. But I don't mind the flat rocks here. They're part of our reference photo and they work okay. So this is going to go on the edge here like this, right? But I don't want it just to sit flat like that. Like I would like to do just a little bit of an angle so it sticks out of the ground just a tad. And you guys see what I'm saying? Just a little bit off the ground so there's like a little hidey spot underneath it, or like it's, you know, like it got pushed out of the ground at an angle. It got pushed out instead of just laying there. That's kind of how I want to do that. And so to do that, we just cut an angle out of the bottom here. And not cut our fingers off. How am I going to do this here? I just got to get a grip. There we go. Perfect. YouTube flags it for gore. Yeah, basically. Oh, that would be really rough. My wife and I just went through our health insurance stuff, and it's like, Tails don't have health insurance. So cutting my finger would be a really funny way to end that whole conversation my wife and I just had about me not getting health insurance. So okay, that's too much of an angle. We cut it too high. Okay, so we need to flatten the angle out. Take some more chunk out of here. Pop, 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 Bow. I love X-Acto knives. They're so nice. Such a cool tool. They do so much work. Hobby safe for the advertiser. Yeah. That too. No, I'm not worried. I've done this so many years. I'm pretty easy going on this stuff. I don't like to get hurt either. I'm not in a rush. I don't feel like I need to get things done. So in terms of like time. So I really don't like going to the hospital or getting fixed up for things. So I usually take my time to get this all done. Usually it's when you're rushing through stuff or not thinking that you hurt yourself, you know? There we go. That's looking pretty good. I just wanted to sit up just a little bit. And I think that's going to do it. Okay. So we've got the general shape we want, but it doesn't look like a rock yet. Yeah. Just glue your finger together. Yeah, I mean, I could do that too. That'd be fine. Don't cut stuff. Yeah. Okay. So what I'm going to do here then, we want this to look like a rock. And right now it looks like, it looks like we cut it out. So in order to make it look rocky, we need to break these edges off. So you can use your fingernail to do that. You can also use this X-Acto knife and just scrape it along here. And it's gonna add texture. And we also don't want sharp edges necessarily. Rocks have sharp edges, but not normally, like not all the time. They're usually getting eroded away by weather to make things curved. It's the sharp edges are the ones that are like freshly broken, right? Or people have been messing with it, And so I'm gonna round off all these edges to make them look kind of eroded away, and that fits the desert theme really well too. Like rocks aren't breaking off in the desert. Oh man, my desk is a mess right now because of all this cork flying everywhere. We just round these off. No big deal. And we'll do the same to the other side as well. And then another thing we can do is rocks come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. And so like we could even take a piece of this and like take a gouge out of it, Like instead of it being a uniform triangle kind of look, we could give it like a big old dent cut out of it, Like this looks like just a big triangle. Looks like a Dorito, So if I take this and like just cut a little chunk out of it, take a chunk out of crime here, and not cut my finger. There we go. Like that. Yeah. Break up these edges. Add some interesting rock shape to it, And that's the beauty of doing hobby. Like this is all art. So it's all what you want it to look like, Like, is this fully natural? Maybe not. You could find this shape in nature, But you also want it to look interesting when you put it down. That looks perfect, right? Throw one of those down, and then we take some of these other cork chunks around the side here to add more rocky look. Like, this stuff came off. These two chunks of cork came off this chunk of cork, but that's also what happens to rocks, right? When rocks break, their chunks go somewhere. And so we're going to put this here, and then we'll leave these here, and we'll just glue these down. And then when we paint it, it'll look good. I also don't want this to be super uniform on the top. It looks really, really flat. Even though I want a flat rock, it looks way too flat. I'm going to come in here and gouge this just a little bit more. And then we're going to put a rock on top of this, or like a bush or something on top of this thing to break it up a bit. Brought up Nerdforge. I'll do it again. She has a video called I Lost My Finger, so I made a new one. Yeah. Nerdforge is great. What's the most recent one I watched from them? I think it was they did like a giant Lord of the Rings book. Like they combined them all together. It was awesome. Yeah, they're cool. See you, Dodogama Destroyer. Have a good one. Thank you so much for hanging out today. It was great to have you here. We'll catch you later, okay, friend? Thanks for hanging. There we go, like that. That looks great. And we can even go model this a little bit just to see what it could look like. Like, do we want a little grass tuft popping out of that rock? You know, life finds a way kind of thing. I think that looks good. This rock is not going to be this color, chat. It'll be pretty close though because it's a sandy color. But we're going to paint over the top of this. But then we can put that on top at the end, and now we've got some vegetation in the sandy area, just a little bit. And this might even be too big. We can just cut that in half if we want and throw it in the crevice there. But then that essentially takes care of the big parts of this. Then we'll just fill it with sand once that's all dried on. So let me go grab some super glue. I got to grab that out here quick. Give me a second. I've returned with super glue. Okay, this is such a mess on here. My back hurts too. Okay, let's glue these things down because I think this is where we want them, and then we can put sand down after this dries. It's 1:19. Oh, I'm gonna run out of time. We're not gonna be able to finish this, but I can at least get the stuff painted on, and then when we come back to it, or whenever I come back to it, I can finish it up. Super glue, super glue. Super glue might not be the best thing here with cork because it absorbs it pretty fast, but we're gonna try. There we go. Hold your hand on there for a second. Good stuff. Chat, hope you're having a fun time. Thanks for watching. Great to have you here. Super fun. I'm enjoying myself. Have you ever tried Gundam kits? I have not. I think they look cool though, but I have not done Gundam myself. Espy was here earlier. Espy does some Gundam kit stuff though. I don't think I'm talented enough for Gundam kits. They're really like sleek, you know. I'm more of like a messy a messy maker. I make a mess all the time, you know. Just how I am. The pie you made's gone. A rest in pie. Okay, I should have brought tweezers out. I need tweezers. Okay, we'll be fine. My fingies are too big for these little pieces of cork. I just don't want to glue it to my hand like I just did. Oh, get off my hand. Okay, there we go. My fingers have super glue on them. Oh, no. All right, we're good. Okay, and then this chunk here. Come here, you. Come here, you chunk. Time to get super glued. Thanks, wifey, for the super glue. Mine's all out. She borrowed me this the other day, and I remembered where I put it. Okay, and then chunk. Let me just press this down here. Perfect. So, and we're already taking one step to, remember the crosshairs? The crosshairs on Barath, it's right there, right? We're putting rocks over it. We're gonna put sand over it. So it'll slowly disappear, but not fully. And I don't really want it to fully disappear because it's also a game piece, right? So we want to be able to use it for the board game when we do that. So there we go. We got our rocks. These are on. They're super glued down. So the next thing to do now is we got to put sand on here, which I need Elmer's glue for. And then we'll paint the Agrellan earth. And I got to figure out what did I do? I think I just paint this brown. I think I just paint the organic area, the lush area brown. Yeah, because then we'll add static grass to it later. So we can paint that today too. The first thing I need to do though is put Elmer's glue down here so I can add sand to it. So we'll do that first. And I gotta remember, it's in my box out in the living room. Give me a second to get Elmer's glue quick. Glue, glue, and more glue. Always glue. Okay. So we want, I've already penciled in where I want the desert part at on here. So we'll take this. And I need a paintbrush to push this around, but we'll get around to it. Ooh, is this plugged up? Might just be leaking here. Okay, come on, you. Maybe. Inspection time. Still liquid in here? Yep. Are we plugged? Nope. Maybe not. We'll see. Okay. And then open this up. Try again. Maybe I'm just a little bit impatient. I don't know. There it is. Come on, Elmer's glue. Perfect. Okay. We're gluing. We don't need to go crazy thick on the glue here, but we do need coverage, which is why I need a paintbrush, because we need to get the paint or the glue into all the nooks and crannies here so we can get sand to stick there. There's a few tricks we could do after the sand's glued to cover up any like bare patches, but that's later. All right, am I gonna be able to get stuff in there? Probably not. Let's use the brush. Remember that brush that I do all my mixing paint with? That's also my glue brush. Any surprise? Oh, you know what? I need to add a little water, though. Soften the bristles up. There we go. And if we get some glue on these rocks, it doesn't matter because sand gets everywhere. So there's going to be sand on the rocks, too. We don't need to keep things separate here. Nature goes where nature wants. That's the beauty of doing organic stuff too, Chad, is that things don't have to be perfect because nature's perfect because of how imperfect it is, you know? That Bob Ross? That sounds like Bob Ross. I need some more glue here. Spread it out too much. There we go. Okay. There and there, yes. Now there's a weak spot that we gotta go take care of here, which is underneath this rock that I slanted up. There's got to be sand in there too. There we go. So we're gonna just kick this around underneath here. Yes. Perfect. Oh, Tails, you done it. Yeah, perfect. Okay, and the nice thing about glue is that it takes a while before it dries. So we're not in a rush here. We can work with it all we want to get the glue pushed where we need it to go so we get the sand in the right spot. But it's looking good now. So now we can get our sand out. And I think I want to use this. This sand is so cool looking. Maybe not. We're going to paint over this anyway. Let's use the sand. The Wisconsin sand. And the trick here is not to sprinkle, it's to dip. Oh no, the mushroom. Almost lost him. Can we dip? Oh, this thing's not big enough to dip. It's too big to dip. Okay, we're gonna have to sprinkle. Sprinkle time, sprinkle time. All right, I just remembered. You guys, can you see? I think you guys can see. Okay, I like to just like pack it on here first before I start shaking it off, just to make sure I got everything I wanted. Hey Richard, how we doing? Good to see you. Okay. So we got that sitting on there, and now we could just do a little tap here. Tap-a-rooski to get the loose stuff that isn't being held on by glue right now off the base. But the stuff that's interacting with the glue is going to stay where it's at. And we don't need to get all of it off here. We just need to get enough of it so it doesn't make a mess. There we go. Let's turn this all the way around here. There we go. Oh, I definitely missed some spots. Okay, we're going to have to do some tricks there. I definitely missed some paint spots. But there you go, yeah? So now we've got that's our Wildspire waste area with the sand. And we can come back here and paint this sand different colors or add different color sands to the top of it. Like we could start dropping some of these sands in there with it to give it some variety once this stuff dries. And then we got a couple spots here that we didn't get glue on. It's right in front of these rocks. There's a spot there. And there's a spot back here that's missing some sand. So that's where we could do some painting, or we can add little details to the model. But we'll let that dry and come back to it later. Remember to apply glue on top of the sands. You can paint over it afterwards. Yeah, we'll see what we could do there. I'd have to get a lighter glue, or a watered down glue to do that. I don't have that right now, but we'll figure it out. Should be good. And wherever there's gaps in the sand, we'll just add a little tuft of grass or something, or some rocks on top of it. Should be just fine. Scrape the edge there. I'm a little worried about missing sand here on the edges, but I don't know if it's going to matter. I think I'm just going to do a little finger press here to move it around a bit. This is really dangerous right now because I could scrape it off, but I just need to be really careful. The edges are missing some sand. There we go. Flame Wolf, how we doing? Good to see you. Welcome to stream. It's going well. Thanks for asking. Yeah, having a good time. Having a great time, actually. I'm loving this. It feels good to make progress, you know? Okay, my camera is off here. Hold on. It's in the wrong spot. Now you can see what I'm doing. I'm just taking a peek at everything here. Make sure it looks okay. We do want to paint over the top of these rocks once this dries, because I don't want these rocks to be the exact same color as the sand. I want it to have a little more depth. So we'll add some shading to this later, but I got to wait for the glue to dry, and this glue takes a long time to dry. So that'll be another day thing. We won't get around to it today. The next thing I need to do, though, is add the Agrellan Earth paint over here and get that drying, and then the brown paint over on the lush part. Then we'll be good. So I gotta clean off a spot here on my desk, and then we'll get the Agrellan Earth part going here. Gotta get rid of Wisconsin sand. Everyone say goodbye to Wisconsin beach sand. Bye. Here's that. And this cork. Oh, it's a mess, chat. It's a mess. Okay. All right. That's all in the trash can now. Good news. All right, let's get some Agrellan. Oh, I gotta wash this brush out too. Give me 1 second, chat. Okay. We had to wash out this big brush because it had glue on it, because we need to use this big brush for our Agrellan Earth as well. Wisconsin. I like that. Wisconsin. Okay. Do I have one that's open already? Let me check. If I do, it's not here. So this is what we're using. It's probably in that bag that's in the other room. Awesome. This has come together well, Chad. I'm really, really happy with this. Very, very pumped. I need to go find a stick later today, so I can put that on later. And then we got to figure out how to use that muddy ground. Okay, Grelin Earth. There it is. This stuff is super thick. On purpose. That's a chunk. Alright. Take this here. And we're just lobbing this everywhere. On this side. Up there. Now, this paint, we want to vary how thick and thin we paint this on, because the different depths of thickness that you use with this stuff, the different cracking patterns you get. If I remember correctly, the thicker it is, the more cracks you get. The thinner it is, the more it's just like paint, you know, it's just sloshed on. When this dries, it's gonna dry in a really awesome cracking pattern, like dried earth, which is what I want. So I'm gonna put a base layer on everything here, on the ground, and then I will go back and add thicknesses to certain spots where I want more cracks at. So, and then the trick here is just getting the brush where we want it, because we're underneath Barons right now. And this is just another type of acrylic paint too, so it comes off pretty easily on everything. If we mess up, we can just wipe it off. It's not permanent. And even if it dries, like we could just scrape it. It'll pop right off. So. Apply heat when drying crack paint, get more pronounced cracks? Yes. The cracks that it does just normal drying for now, for me, is exactly what it is. So I don't have to worry about that. I don't want it to be insane, because I want it to be in scale with the hunters that are hunting this Baron, which are much tinier. And so I want the cracks to be at scale with them, not necessarily with the Baron itself. So it should work out just fine. But yes. Yeah, this stuff is sick. I didn't use it for a really long time. It's been like 15 something years of, oh, not 15, maybe 10, 12 years of painting miniatures before I even knew that this stuff existed. And then I got some of it. It's a pretty good thing. I like it. Adding texture to things automatically is a win in my book. I don't have to paint in the texture, it's just there. Works for me. Okay, we've got the Grelin Earth where we want it, except for right here. Now we got to go back and figure out where we want some more thicker paint. Some more Grelin Earth located. It's going to be spots where we want the eye to go. It's where we want people to see, you know? Like, and it doesn't have to be a lot everywhere. I don't want everything to be thick. I just want certain spots of it. So you guys can't even see it. I'm sorry. Let's go that way. It's hard for me to hold this right now because the base now has paint on it. So I gotta be careful of where I touch things. I think right here is where I want the cracks to show up the most. So it'll be the most arid area. Also around the edge of the lush area is probably a good spot for it because there's water potentially coming from that area, right? It's drying out. So it makes most sense over here in my book. to have it really thick. Awesome. Okay, and I got some on his claw. Wipe that off quick. There we go. And then there's some on his feet, but I don't really care if it's on his feet. That's kind of where it belongs, right? There we go. Now, this will dry this color as well. So if we like this color, we can keep it. But I am going to shade it like an orange-yellow, kind of. Like we did on the Hunters. Hey, Cogworks, how we doing? Oh, you're not backseating, Mark. You're just fine. You're just fine. You're not hurting my business at all. I appreciate you thinking that way, though. But I'm a pretty easygoing guy. How's the marathon going? Very well. Very well. We're at the final stages, but we got to let things dry, so I'm not going to be able to finish it today. But we're going to be pretty darn close to finish with it. But the actual Baroth piece itself, the model itself is done. It's just the base that we got to do. How badly are you fighting the urge to snap that thing's tail off? For how much work I've done in this model, not on this one. Now, I thought about this, though, chat. I thought about this a while back. Because I could take a X-Acto knife and just cut the tail off and then put magnets on both sides. So I could make the tail removable for all of my models if I wanted to. I thought about doing that, but I don't really want the big cut mark on the piece just for that gimmick, you know? Maybe, excuse me, maybe I'll pick one piece out of all the monsters in the future and do a and do a tail sever on that monster and do magnets with it. Or even I could bust the chunk off, right, and then leave the tail on the ground on the base. That'd be pretty funny. Yeah. 4+ hour Baroth hunt, your build might need to work. Yeah, I think so too. This is what happens when artists go hunting. It takes some time. 100-hour weapon series got me into the Monster Hunter. You have such great vibes, hard not to be engaged. Thanks, Mark. I appreciate that. I really like that series a lot. I want to do more stuff like it in Wilds, but there isn't enough content to do it yet that's in game, and so I gotta wait till that happens before I could do more stuff like it. But I'm still thinking through some ideas that are similar. I just had a great conversation too with another YouTuber about some content we're gonna make, which is gonna be really sweet. That'll be right up that alley, you know. Gotta be Banbarrow, dude. Banbarrow would be a great choice. But I love Banbarrow so much, do I want to like wreck the model? Because I'm kind of thinking about a model that I don't like the monster that much. And so if I break the tail off of it, it makes me like it just a little bit more. You know? I don't know. The magnet thing is funny though. I should show you some of the pieces that have magnets in them, because the magnets work really well. You got to cut everything right, and I'm worried about ruining the pieces if I cut it wrong, because they're not meant to be taken apart with this sculpting, whereas the pieces that I do magnetizing on, there's arms that you attach to the pieces. You could put magnets in there because they're already meant to be attached. They're already cut. You know, I don't know if I want to cut this plastic yet. We'll see. Okay, we're gonna use that flat brown again. I'm going through this one really fast. I use brown a lot. We're gonna use this flat brown again to put the color where we want the lush area of the base at, because when we put grass and stuff over it, we want there to be brown underneath and not green. Then it'll look way too spicy color. So we'll see. This is just ground color so that we don't it doesn't stand out too much when we put other stuff on top of it. And really, I don't know what all we're gonna put on top of this either, because we're not gonna put a lot of grass on here. It's a desert. It's not super lush. It's just got patches of it. So having just some brown spots is fine, you know. We might need to add some of that like brown sand here, maybe. That might be worthwhile. Okay, make sure you guys can see. And we just painting. We just covering. This is gonna look the worst currently, but it'll get better as we add more details to the base. I will need to figure out a plan too for these different like parts of the biome, you know, like the dry area and the lush area. you know, where all these little segments are. How do I blend those? I got to figure that part out, but I'll get that figured out later. I like this plan. So I'm gonna stick to it. I'm gonna commit to it. Gotta be careful on the toes here. I don't want to recolor these toes. But I do gotta paint in between the toes. I might have to use a thinner brush for that and come back to it. I don't mind doing under the toes, getting some of that brown. And really, like, it having brown on its feet doesn't matter because it's walking through this area, so it's going to have some of the ground on its feet. But I don't want to ruin my paint job, you know? I'd rather be more deliberate about where I put that brown instead of random. What's up, Amy? How we doing? Welcome back. Good to see you. There we go. Okay. Okay. More paint. Sea Frog, sleep well. Thanks for hanging. Great to have you here today. We will catch you later, yeah? Being really careful not to touch the sand here because that glue is not set. And so the water from my paint will make that glue move. I don't mind that there's sand going into this area. I don't want it to be a hard edge, but I don't want to mess up the glue job. We can always add more sand on top later. There we go. This is a really unique base. We're kind of doing like 3 biomes on the base, but I think it's fine. I think as long as we can blend this middle area where all of these base biomes come together, I think it's going to look great. If we can't do that, it's going to look pretty awkward, but that's a problem for later. We can always paint over stuff. It's no big deal. Always try again. Even though the inefficiency in my brain, or the efficient part of my brain, doesn't want the inefficiency. We can do that, and that's not a problem. All right, I gotta get a thinner brush for in between his toesies. That would be good. I did not think we would get to the basing part of this guy today, chat. I did not have it planned at all. It's Breath for it. It's for a board game. The Monster Hunter World board game. Helping with ideas for basing your guys? Perfect. Basing dudes is one of my favorite things to do in mini painting. I like basing a lot. I think it adds so much to a model when you add a good base to a model. When you take time to think about a base for a model, I think it's well worth it. So, I've done a lot of this. I enjoy it a lot. How do you avoid the alternate color tones that happen when paint dries? The alternate color tones? The reason why your color may not be coming out the same color that you wanted it to be is because if you're using acrylic paint anyways, is because the color that's underneath the color you painted on it is showing through, which is what acrylic paint does. Acrylic paint shows the color of the thing underneath it. So if you want to avoid that, you need to paint layers. You need to paint multiple layers of that color so that you only get the color you want on top. So it's not necessarily that I'm avoiding that happening. It's that when I see something that's a color I don't want, I just put another layer of the same color over the top of it. A different type of paint, like enamel paint, would cover better, but then you're waiting like hours for it to dry instead of seconds. Where water-based paint dries very quickly, but it's semi-transparent. The other route you can go, which I would highly not advise, but you can do this. The thicker your paint is for acrylic paint, the better coverage you're going to get. But the downside is you lose all the detail underneath it, right? All of the little lines and everything on there. The thicker your paint is that you put on a model, the more details you lose. And so you want to paint in as many layers as you can, but there's a There's a fine line with that because painting layer upon layer upon layer upon layer gets really boring. And so it's a matter of like how much detail you want to lose. And really, you're not losing that much until you go pretty thick on paint, you know? There's a board game? There is, yeah. It's made by Steamforged Games. And it's pretty awesome. I will show you here. I've been painting the Barath today, obviously, but I've got the Switch Axe Hunter already done. You see that? You see the base of this guy? You see all those cracks in there? This is a Grelin Earth just painted a certain color, right? So this paint right here on Barath, this paint is gonna dry and crack like this. That's what I'm trying to do. Yeah. And then I'm gonna dry brush over the top of it like an orangey yellow, a pale orangey yellow, to give it the desert sand color that I want over all of this when it dries. And then this is just gonna be sand. We'll do some stuff with it with some of this stuff over here, and then we're gonna put like grass and stuff over here. So taking notes. I'm happy to help, Cogworks. If you got any questions about painting stuff, I've been doing painting for 15 years. I've been doing this for a long time, so I'm always happy to help out. Did you get the Wildspire Waste one? I got the Wildspire Waste and the Ancient Forest one. And then sometime this year, I'll be getting sent the Iceborne expansion. I kickstarted that 2 years ago. It should be coming out soon. Yes. So I'm doing Wildspire Waste pieces right now because I like Barath a lot. It does not come with paint. Nope, you have to get the paint on your own, unfortunately. But probably for the better, because that coming with paint would make the product way expensive. Way expensive. There's some, actually I can go online right in a second here and show, if you want to get paint, what I would look into if I were you, if you're interested. Because getting a bundle of paint is, I think, the best way to start. Just getting some of these edges, I missed them there. Okay. Perfect. All right, this is as far as I can go on Barath until all of this stuff that's on the base dries, which is going to take time. Let me pull up a better screen here so you guys can see. Oh, I can't do this with my other hand. Hold up. My mouse. There it is. This one. Perfect. Okay. Here is Barath. But we got to finish the base still, but we've got stuff that needs to dry on the base before we can continue. There's nothing else I can do right now until all that stuff dries. So another time when I work on this, I'll get doing stuff. I got to go find a stick outside and maybe, oh, I've got some rocks here, so we're fine there. I gotta paint this mossy thing kind of grayish to add to one of the areas here. And then we gotta paint the base of these that once they dry, we gotta recolor them a little bit, but should be pretty much good. So that's kind of how it's looking. Right now it doesn't look great on the base, and I'm not fully sold on the 3 biome thing yet, but the additions that we put on this base I think will help sell it more. It's just really stark right now. The contrast is really high between the 3 areas, but when we recolor things, I think that'll help out. But the Barath itself looks dang sweet. I'm really happy with how Barath came out. I think it looks really good. So there's that. I'll put him down here so I don't touch him. Okay, a couple things here, chat. One sec here. There. Maybe. Trying to make space here because I can't work and have all this stuff here. There we go. Get this out of here. Don't lose our mushrooms. Perfect. Okay. So, will you do a stream where you play the board game? Probably not, because I don't have multiple microphones and stuff, so hearing from multiple players is going to be pretty difficult to do that. But I'll be making a review video of it for sure, though. Vallejo paint bundle. Let's see. Here? Not that one. Hold up. I'm doing some searching. Hold on. Post the photos bear at the Discord? Yes, I will be doing that for sure. Yep. Yeah, that'll definitely happen. Okay. So we have... I'm on Amazon right now. If you're looking to get into painting, Vallejo is my favorite brand. And they used to be really reasonable prices. These are kind of expensive. So, you know, your local game store might have these for cheaper. I was paying like $3-4 a bottle. It's also been 10 years since I've bought paint. So, you know, inflation might have caught up with it now. But the difference is if you go to Citadel paint, a bottle of Citadel paint, let's find it here, is $10. This is the Games Workshop brand paint. I hate these bottles, and the paint is really expensive, and I'm not interested in spending $10 on a jar of paint this big. I could spend $10 on a pint of paint at the hardware store, you know? So I try to save money where I can, and Vallejo is very good pricing compared to Citadel, and it's very high quality. You're not losing quality compared to Citadel. Lots of people would say that Vallejo paint's just better than Citadel paint. So don't get trapped into buying Citadel paint. I would totally look for something. Oh, this is air paint though. Don't get that. But some kind of starter kit from Vallejo, like this one. If you're looking to get started, it's got a whole bunch of colors. This is, I got a different bundle, but it had this many paints in it when I started, and I still have all of that paint. I've not run out of it yet, because you're painting models, you're painting little things. You don't need 155 paints or whatever like that. You start with this. You can mix them up. This will get you started. And it's cheap for that much paint versus individual bottles. So you grab one of those, and then you're going to grab cheap brushes. Like this would be fine to grab a whole set. Really, you're only going to use like 3 of the brushes out of here, maybe 4. You won't even need the rest of these. But grab something cheap because you're going to ruin your brushes when you get started. As you get better at the hobby and you take care of your stuff more, then you can get more expensive brushes that have finer points and last you longer. But get cheap brushes to start. It's not worth the money up front to just damage them and have them get ruined. I think this is literally... Oh, no, that's just skin color. It looked pretty close to this, what I bought, though, when I started. So, anyways, if you're looking to get started in painting, I would look at Vallejo. And this is Game Color is what it was called up here. That Game Color one is probably exactly what I would buy. This one. Because this Game Color is more vibrant colors. And these colors actually... They're probably better than the ones I have now. It's acrylic colors for fantasy and wargame figures. They stand out. They're good. So that's what I would do if you're looking to get started. That would be my recommendation. Would this game be possible with multiplayer via voice chat? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. It involves cards in your hand. So you'd have to have some way to show cards to all the players so that they can make decisions. And then you have to run a board and see all that too. It'd be really... You could do it on Tabletop Simulator. That would work, but in paper, it probably wouldn't work. No. How do you play the Monster board game? I'm not sure exactly. I've read through the rules twice. I'm not that smart. I don't get all of the... I need to watch a video on it. I'm not much on reading. So I'll go through and check out a video of how the rules are. But from what I've seen of the game, it's awesome. And even just for the models, it's incredible. The models are so good. But if you want to play the board game, I don't have a video that teaches how because I don't know how to play. But when I get the game played, I'm going to be making a review of the game itself. So you guys can check that out when it comes out. It's fairly difficult to actualize the vision you have for a project like this. It's not really a project. Oh, are you talking about just for the one model or for all of the things? I'm mostly making it up as I go. Like... And that's the beauty of something organic like this. Organic is meant to be messy, you know? Hey, Thin Cut, how we doing? I know what Barath looks like because I've played Monster Hunter, so I kind of knew already what I wanted Barath to look like. And then I just pulled up some of those reference photos, and I was like, okay, how do I get more of the details pronounced? And then it's just matching colors or getting it close to what you want it to look like anyway. It's like it doesn't have to look just like the image from your reference because it's your own Barath. You did it it's your own way of painting it, you know? If you're looking for somebody to watch for painting tips, there's 2 people I would look at. Let me find their YouTube channels quick. Finn, I didn't know that you did mini painting. That's awesome. Let's see here. It is Miniac. And who's the other guy? Squidmar. Squidmar's been doing different stuff though. How to paint minis. I'll pull up the videos for you. I'll put them in chat if you want to get started. Here we go. This is an incredible guide. This might be the exact guide I used to learn how to paint minis. That's Squidmar. Squidmar's in Switzerland. And he's awesome for that guide I put in there for learning how to paint is really good. And then Miniac is more about like the theory, like paint theory, stuff like that. But he does have a series on his channel where he goes through the whole process from starting, you know. I checked them out. And then if you get really into model painting, you want to know a lot, there's so many great people. Like there's a guy who lives in the same town as me. His name's Ninjon. Ninjon is hilarious. I really like him a lot. He was going to do he was going to run this game with me, the board game with me. I met him for lunch a year ago on my birthday, actually. Met him for lunch a year ago, told him that I was going to be doing this game. And he said, hey, when you get it, we should get together. He does painted videos every week of the models he's making. So he's worth checking out too. And if you watch those videos and you start painting and you love it, make sure you leave a comment and like for them too. They're great people. And if you want to be really, really nice, you can leave a comment that said, hey, Giddy Fox Gaming recommended me to you or something like that. You do not have to do that. I'm not begging you to do that. If you think of it and you're like, oh yeah, I got into this hobby because I watched Giddy and he threw me out your channel kind of thing. I want to get to know these guys, but they're in a whole different niche than I am. And so it's hard for me to connect with them. But Rob Oren, I've not heard of him. I got to check him out though. Yeah. There's a whole bunch of people I've watched over the years, but Ninjon and Miniac are kind of my main two. And then Squidmar is where I kind of learned the hobby. It was Squidmar and there's somebody else, and I don't even remember who it was. I think it was like the painting doctor, but that was 20 years ago, 15 years ago, something like that. So if you're interested in getting started in painting, that's where I would go to start with. You have Oryx? Oh, nice. That's awesome. Okay. I've got Tyranids for 40K. And then I bought these Monster Hunter pieces. I want to paint them. So. All right, chat. I have a question for you. I need your feedback. This is the first painting stream I've ever done. I had a great time, personally. I really enjoyed it. I would love to do more painting. This is a great way for me to get painting done because we're all hanging out here on stream together. So I'm super motivated to paint because I'm on camera. And so it's time to paint, you know? Normally for me, getting started painting, just getting all the gear out kills my motivation, and I'm up for not painting anymore, you know? So here's the feedback. If you would love to see me paint some more, we'll finish the Baroth model, and I'll get another model primed up. I'll do it today. If you want to watch another painting stream tomorrow, would you type a 1 in chat if you want to see a painting stream tomorrow? And if you do, I will spend time today getting another model primed so we can start from the base coat and work on another model. I'll bring the Baroth back out here and we'll work on the basing. And then while things are drying and stuff, we can work on the other model and see if we can finish one. Be happy to do it. If you're not interested, you're not going to hurt my feelings. I don't mind at all. Doesn't hurt my feelings at all. So if you're like, nah, I want to do something else, then I will come up with a plan for something else. So just let me know in the feedback. Would be great. Yeah, a 1 in chat will let me know right now. If you're watching the VOD later or you're on Discord or whatever, you can leave me a message. You can drop me a tag in Discord and just say, hey, Tails, would love to see more painting streams. If you let me know, then that lets me know what you guys want to see. And I'm very happy to do things that you guys want to see. So outside of that, though, chat. Hey, nice. Thanks, y'all. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Outside of that, chat, that's everything for today. I actually can't even work on the Baroth anymore because everything's drying. And it's 2 p.m., which is the end of stream time. I had a great time. I really had a great time. And I'm sharing this because at the start of stream, I was really nervous to do this today. Just to be really transparent. My wife and I were chatting last night, and I was like, I don't know how this is going to go. This is a big shot in the dark for me. I don't know if I'm going to even enjoy doing this, but I want to do this. It's a great time to do this, and I just need to start. And starting stream, I was anxious, but as we kept going, I had a really great time. And I'm saying this because I appreciate all of you being here, watching, and sharing your encouragement as I'm finishing this, because as I'm getting encouraged, like, okay, it actually is turning out well. Things are looking good, and I appreciate that a lot. So thank you for being very kind to me and encouraging me as I did something different today than I normally do. And I'm glad you guys had a good time with it. I will be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central for another stream. What it will be exactly, I will find out through the rest of the day. I'll plan it all out for tomorrow. So I'll be back tomorrow, though, either way, for stream at 9. And then Saturday is the next stream after that at 9 a.m. That's my birthday. Birthday stream on Saturday at 9 a.m. Central. We do a Hunter Hangout. We'll play Wilds together, and we'll chill and celebrate and hang out. Should be fun. In the meantime, there is a video going live right when this stream ends for all of those that are Clearly Better Hunters or higher tiered members here on the YouTube channel. So if you're on YouTube and you're a Clearly Better Hunter or higher tiered member, or you want to be so you can watch this video, you can jump in and check that out in the description of the video. I'm going to release that right when stream ends. It'll be all set for you. It's another Wilds build video. It'll be pretty fun. And if you're not a Clearly Better Hunter or higher tiered member, it'll be available for you tomorrow to watch instead. So up to you in that regard, your choice. Just so you're aware of that. And then I'll have another video for you guys later this week as well. And outside of that, besides playing and stream for tomorrow, I will be working on the 100 hunts in the Scarlet Forest video and having that ready to go as soon as possible for you guys to check out. Okay. That's what I got for you. Thanks, Deej. Thanks for trying something new with us. Oh, yeah. I enjoyed it a lot. I'm glad you guys did too. Like I said, I'm grateful for your feedback and encouragement. It means a lot to me, and it keeps me going, Keeps me trying new things out. Thank you very much. All right, Deej, Chaotic, Amy, Noah, take it easy. Murlux, Cian Fang, have a good one. Mikhail, Cogworks, Proceed, have a great day. Delta, take it easy. Bye, Amy. Have a good one, y'all. See you thin. Take it easy. Thanks for hanging. It was great to have y'all here today. You're greatly appreciated and dearly loved. Thank you so much for spending some time hanging out, watching Bear-Off come to life. See you, Kill. Bye, Clements. Have a good one. I will see you guys in the next one, okay? Have a fantastic day, and I'll catch you later. All right. See you later.